What is going on, everybody? Happy Saturday to you all. Hope you guys are all doing well. Once again, we are blessed and highly favored to wake up another day to be a part of the earth for whatever it is. Don't forget to check on your loved ones, family members, and friends. And don't forget to get yourself checked because you never know. We still got to be on top of ourselves, man, because time flies and health never takes a back seat. You know what I mean? It keeps moving. So real quick, let's get to the weather. It is currently 78 degrees on the East Coast, New York area, and going up to a high of 81 degrees. It looks like scattered showers throughout the day. It's clearing up in the nighttime. And then tomorrow, mostly sunny, high of 83. Or should I say partly sunny, high of 83. Monday, mostly sunny, high of 86. And boy, oh boy, things start to change, folks. Tuesday, mostly sunny, high of 90. Wednesday, mostly sunny, high of 98. Thursday, super sunny and hazy, high of 102. Friday, mostly sunny, hazy, high of 100. We're going to be cooking this week, folks. Sheesh. Boy, it is going to be terrible. The 4th of July is on Saturday. That's going to be a nice day. Mostly sunny, high of 89. We'll celebrate it on Friday because that's the day that work will honor it. But 100 degrees on Friday, oh no, wild stuff, y'all. I mean, we expect it. It's gonna happen eventually, but I ain't ready. I'm never ready. All right, so that's what the weather's looking like. Let's see what the word of the day is. The word of the day. Let's see. Stop. Faith is an oasis in the heart, which will never be reached by the caravan of thinking. So in order to have faith, you won't achieve it just by thinking. They're higher power, a belief system. It's interesting. Well, we'll go with it. It is what it is. Faith is an oasis in the heart, which will never be reached by the caravan of thinking. Today's word was a little bit more cryptic than usual. All right. Thank you, son. Appreciate you. Had to get my morning cup of Joe or Joanne. Little iced Java with a side of congestion. Feels so good. All right. So we got a lot to talk about today, folks. Obviously, we'll get into the draft picks that the Knicks made. We'll get into the re-signing of Mohamed Diawara and Jose Alvarado. Talk about Mitchell Robinson and what may be going on there. Landry Shamet. And, we will discuss some other things. For example, I know people are talking about the comments that were made, or at least what was said in reference to the Knicks by Kevin Durant. He had a interview or whatever, live person podcasting, whatever it was. I don't know. And he was asked about the Knicks and, Jalen Brunson being the king of New York and the type of things he should be prepared for and how he should look to approach things going forward with the different offers and stuff he'll be getting. why. You obviously know. Who am I more upset with, folks? A lot of people are upset with Kevin Durant's comments because it sounds like hating. Well, Kevin Durant is a hater. I told y'all that. See, the problem is Knicks fans were so desperate to win a championship that once you start to get close, the names start popping up, the Durants, the LeBrons, and everybody starts, hey, man, I really want to win. We bring in LeBron, we can get it. Or if we bring in Durant, you know what I mean? With this rest of these guys, we can get it done because Durant doesn't have to do too much. He could just play it. Yeah, possibly. But why would you want to? Why would you want to bring in people that never wanted to be here, that never wanted to go through the struggle of getting to this point? This is what I've been telling Knicks fans for years. There's a reason why I do not like LeBron James. It's not personally like outside of basketball. It's basketball. I don't like the way he perceived the New York Knicks. I don't like the way he thought the Knicks weren't good enough for his time to be a part of it, to struggle with us, to bring us up with, and make us a championship team. And it's the same thing about Durant. Durant is worse because Durant's a clown. Durant will feed the media a bill of goods and people lap it up. Like, oh, this, I get you, Durant. It's the craziest thing ever. You guys, look, I don't want to have to keep repeating this because I know it sounds like I'm a hater of Durant because I am. I'm honestly, I hate liars. I hate fake people. And he's a fake person. He's a liar. He used New York many different times to inflate contracts, to get better deals, to go other places. And then when everything was said and done, he comes out and says, oh, I never said I was going to New York. It never was on my mind. I never brought it up. And everybody knew that Kyrie Irving wanted to be in New York because of his pops. And Durant said, I'm going to follow Kyrie. So if Kyrie was thinking about the Knicks and you're following Kyrie, how could you never consider the Knicks? It's the stupidest thing ever. And the fact that people even believe it or listen to whatever this guy has to say is ridiculous to me. He's a clown. Anybody who look, like, how much more do people need to hear about this guy to understand that he's a clown? He made a burner account so he could talk shit about the rest of in that. Ooh, you heard Ron curse. Yes, that's right. He made a burner account so he could talk shit about the rest of the league and his peers. Like, come on, man. I just, I can't with this dude. I can't. He makes me sick. So the fact that he gave a backhanded compliment to the Knicks for winning, it's great to win. 53 years is something. They really need to enjoy it. It could be another 53 years. Like, why? So that's why I say, like, am I more upset with Durant for just being who he is? I know who he is. Or am I more upset with the interviewer and the platform to ask him a question without knowing that he's a hater? Well, I guess they do know he's a hater. They just want to sensationalize it and get something to have people tuned in. So it is what it is. Knicks for clicks, as we love to say. It's all the same stuff, man. Anyway. Yep. So there's that. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, but I don't really have much else to say about that. If I spend more time on it, and it feels like he deserves it. He doesn't deserve my time. I just want the rest of my fellow Knicks fans to finally get it. And I think you guys get it now because we won a championship without him. So I don't think the Kevin Durants or the LeBron Jameses should ever come up again with regards to being a Knick. No need, folks. We try to tell you, we don't need those dudes. They didn't want us. They felt like they didn't need us. We don't need them. But shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to everybody. I hope you guys are doing. And listen, I know there's a couple of Knicks fans out there that actually are fans of not so much Durant, but I know there are people that are fans of LeBron James. And I get it. But, keep LeBron James over there wherever he's at. Let him stay over there. But definitely Durant can kick rocks. And I want to say one last thing about this. The reason why Durant hasn't been successful and won anywhere else is because of who he is as a person. His makeup, his mentality is part of the reason why he hasn't had success anywhere else to that level, to that magnitude. Remember, he's only won with Golden State. He's only got the championships with Steph because Steph, they had chemistry. He came in and altered it a little bit and mixed it up because him and Draymond were going at it. They won in spite of Durant's, character flaws. But I mean, don't get me wrong. He contributed. He was a great player. But he almost messed up their thing too. But it worked out in the end. But Durant, when you're that type of person, egotistical and I don't know. I don't want to give him a whole bunch of names that he could qualify for, but egotistical is the main one. When you're that type of person, it's tough. It's tough to win in a team sport, at least to get to the top level in a team sport. If you're the main person, and when he's the main person, he hasn't showed that he could do it. So shout out to him, losing in the NBA Finals with his young team that had all of the talent in the world to possibly get back to the promised land and do something. But he decided to jump ship and join the people that beat him so that he can get a ring. If that ain't some sucker stuff, I don't know what is, bro. That's the sucker stuff of all. That dude is a straight clown, straight sucker, bro. Sucker MC right there. Okay, now I'm done. Let me see here. Shout out to Walter Blackman in the building. What up, Walter? Good to see you. Said good morning, Ron and my Knicks family. Salute to you, Joey. Rip 'em up sports in the building. What's up, Mr. Biggs and family? Good morning. Salute, Joey. New York Knicks 2026 champ still hasn't fully sunk in. It's still wild to me too. Some days I still got to look at it like, wow, this happened. It is nuts. JJ's in the building, says salute Ron. Still can't stop smiling thinking of this chip. If you haven't seen it, watch Tyler Murray and Monica Manut call of the end of game 5. They are both great. Yeah, I've seen it multiple times, bro. Fantastic. And all the emotions that Monica is displaying and the enthusiasm that Tyler is oh my God. It's just great. Great. This chip will last forever. Well, according to Durant, it will last 53 years. Oh, man. Hawks ATL in the building said, without Mitch, Knicks still the best team in the East. I think so, too, but they do need to have a competent backup. I will say that. If Huck Porty is the guy and he takes strides to improve on things this year, which he could, I think they'll be okay. I still think they need to get another guy, obviously, another big body who can defend. Because the thing is, you're never going to replace Mitchell Robinson. If Mitchell Robinson is out of here, you're not going to replace Mitchell Robinson because as much as we like to, there's it's a weird thing about Mitch because the negatives of Mitch and then the positives of Mitch and you don't really know which one sometimes which is bigger, right? I'm not taking anything away from what Mitch has done for this team. I want Mitch back, but I just don't, obviously I don't think it's in the cards. But how do you go on? What's the key thing that you need to think about if you're trying to replace Mitch? Is it the offensive rebounding? No, I don't think so, because I don't think anybody can replace Mitch's offensive rebounding. He is a special person with regards to that. Him and Steven Adams are in a class by themselves. And the only reason why Adams probably, I don't know if he's still at the top, but is because he's older now. But yeah, I mean, him and Mitch are different. So you can't replace that. But what I do think the Knicks need to think about is making sure they can bring somebody in who is a all-around good rebounder, not just the offensive rebounder. Even if they don't rebound offensively the same way, they have to be a good rebounder. You guys know that I've talked about bigs in the past and like how I look at bigs and their rebounding. If you play 17 or 18 minutes, I need 5 or 6 rebounds. If you play 20 plus minutes, I need 7 or 8 rebounds. And anything over that, that's gravy. But I think there's a certain standard that you should have as a big playing certain minutes. You should be able to pull in this amount of rebounds. And that is what the Knicks need. Somebody who can do that. If they get less time, you expect that they'll have less rebounds, fine, whatever. But if they get more time, their rebounding will go up with their playing time because they're solid. You don't need somebody that rebounds once in a blue. It just doesn't work for the Knicks. We already have players on the team that are not the greatest rebounders. They can group rebound, but individually. So outside of Cat and Josh Hart, you need someone else. So that's what I would look at. Rebounding and then obviously defense. You have to be a solid individual defender. What did I just say? You have to be a solid individual defender and a really good team defender. Like, be able to follow what the team is doing, the game plan, and fill your spot. A lot of people can do that, guys. Like I said, the big difference is offensive rebounding with regards to Mitch. And even though he's not a bruiser or a bully, Mitch is tough. And I think the Knicks still need to have somebody who has a level of toughness. I don't think you want to bring in a soft big. You know what I mean? It's pause, whatever. You got to have somebody that has a little toughness. That, like I said, you don't need an enforcer. It would be great, but you don't need that. What you need is somebody who does it with a little bit of edge, because that's how you can be consistent. Banging down low on the boards and grabbing rebounds and taking elbows, giving elbows. Like, you need somebody who's strong and aggressive with regards to that. It has a little bit of edge. And that's not that easy to find. That part is the intangible. Can you get it? Yeah, there's guys that are like that. Just got to find it. I don't know if the Knicks can find it right now. You might have to wait throughout the year, maybe the buyout market, to see what shakes loose. I don't know. They might find somebody that's serviceable for now. But we'll see. Go from there. Shout out to David Smith. Salute to Ron in the chat. What's going on, David? Gas Face is in the building. Yo, what up? David says Knicks should absolutely go into the second apron to bring back Shaman and Clarkson. You reward players for winning a championship, and you give yourself the best chance to win back-to-back chips. I don't know, David. I was on your side with regards to this early, right? I was in the euphoria. I was feeling good about running it back by any means, at least for 1 year, right? Because I feel like you try it for 1 year, and if you don't win the championship, then you make trades. Because remember, you're not bringing back bums. You're bringing back champions, and you're bringing back guys who had big roles in winning a championship. So there's going to be value there. So there's no reason why the Knicks couldn't trade these guys if it didn't work out this 1 year. However, look at Boston. They jumped into the second apron after winning, and they've been going downhill ever since. That's something to think about. I don't know. It's tough, man. It's tough. It's tough. Like I said, my heartstrings wants everybody to come back. But I also want this Knick team to have sustained success. I want them to be around and I want the Knicks. I said this the other day, and that hasn't changed. I don't know if the Knicks can win a championship every year. You know what I mean? Like, I know some people are feeling great, but I'm realistic too. But what I do want is for the Knicks to come out the East for the next 4 years, if they can. As long as they keep this core together, I want the Knicks to be the team that other teams have to beat to come out the East. Like, when you start your season, our goal is to beat the Knicks. That's what I want. And I want the Knicks to be the team that comes out the East every year until something changes. Because if you come out the East, that means every time you have a chance to win the championship. As long as you get there, anything can happen. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Shout out to Chris Gotti in the building. What up, Chris? Hawks ATL. Yeah. Once you get into the second apron, you lose flexibility. That is the key. That's the most important part. And I think I as like I said, even though I am a victim of the moment too, I said the same thing. I would like the Knicks and James Dolan to go into the second apron for 1 year and then move on from there. But the problem here's the thing that I gotta let my heartstrings go about. I gotta say, you know what? Sometimes we gotta be better. We just gotta say, as much as we want this, what makes sense? Guys, we are in the mindset, guys and girls, by the way. We are of the mindset that the Knicks won the championship. They can run it back and we're just going to get better. Because that's true. We're already better. Like if we start the season, with everybody coming back, we're going to be a better team. We're not going to win 53 games. We're going to win closer to 60 or maybe more than 60, depends. But because we're better and we understand the sets and everything. Here's the problem, guys. This is the thing that we don't think about because we're fans. We're enjoying the moment. We enjoy what this Knicks team has done. And that's what we're thinking about. But as a ownership, as a front office, here's the thing you got to think about. Hey, everything's perfect. But what if some of our players take a dip this year? What if somebody goes back into a funk? What if throughout the year, Mikal Bridges goes back to the Mikal Bridges that's inconsistent and we struggle? And we lose games because of, there's some thing that happens there, whatever. But that's not even the biggest thing. Here's the biggest thing, guys. Knock on wood. If I knock on wood, you already know where I'm going. The New York Knicks were primarily extremely healthy last year. When you think about it, compared to other teams, one of the healthiest teams in the league. We did have little things, but think about the time that people actually missed. Maybe who was it? Deuce missed time. That was rough, right? But at least Deuce wasn't, one of the starters, right? OG missed time, but even that, OG's missed more time in the past. OG played 60 games, right? So we were very fortunate. Even Mitchell Robinson played 60 games. So think about that, how fortunate we were to have everybody mostly healthy. Jalen Brunson got banged up multiple times where he looked like he was going to be out. The next thing you know, they'll go in there, they do the Mr. Miyagi thing. He comes back in the same game. Like, we have been very fortunate. But what happens if you go into the second apron, you bring everybody back, and we're not fortunate? What if a couple guys get hurt? And it's not like I'm saying a couple guys that you have people on the bench that could come in and fill in. What if a couple guys get hurt and you don't have somebody in the bench that could fill in? God forbid, what if Cat gets hurt? You got nobody to replace Cat. I don't care what you say. Cat's a special entity on the team. And what he does, what he brings, nobody in this current team can come in and bring what Cat brings. The spacing of the floor, we don't got that if Cat leaves, or you know what I mean? Like if he gets hurt. So these are the type of things as a Knicks front office you do have to think about. Like you need some flexibility because without it, you're done. And then the championship hopes for that year are already cooked. You're like, oh, well, okay. So, I don't want to be selfish or a victim of the moment. That's the thing that I think as fans, we definitely get caught up in that. But you have to be prepared for the negative or the ball dropping, what the other shoe dropping, whatever you want to call it. You got to think of this stuff. So I know Knicks fans don't want to hear that, but that's the truth. We do have to, if our front office is as good as we think they are and is better than we've had in the past and is, smarter than some of the other teams in the league, and they're doing things and moving a certain way, making the right calls, they got to think about that stuff too. And maybe Dolan is just saying, I'm going to make it easier for you. I'll be the bad guy, but you guys need to think about this. We know that. And I know you're on the fence about it. Even if this is like, because I saw something the other day saying that Dolan and Leon Rose don't agree. Whether they agree or not, maybe Dolan is doing the smart thing, trying to tell people, hey, I'll be the bad guy. Let's not go into the second apron. Let's be a little bit more flexible because anything can happen. I don't know. It's tough, but it stinks. Like, I would love for Mitch to be here. Mitch has been like the long-standing member of this team, watching different regimes. He's been through all of it, and he's helped us. But if we can't afford him, we can't afford him. What are we going to do? If Mitch was a different player, would this even be a conversation? Say Mitch was the type of guy who was a good free throw shooter and could score a little points, or maybe was a good passer as a big and was a good free throw shooter. You think the Knicks will let him go? No. I think the Knicks would actually prioritize him and let the little people go and just deal with it, find something somewhere else. But I just think that also in some ways, Mitch is very valuable, but he's not invaluable. Wait, is that the word? You know what I'm saying, right? You know what I mean? Like he's very valuable, but he's not irreplaceable. Like in the grand scheme of running a business, is what I'm basically getting at. Okay, let's see. Geraldine McIver is in the building. What up, Geraldine? A member of the SKF Army. Salute to you as always. Let's go. And shout out to the other people that are a part of the SKF Army. Joey, JJ. Appreciate y'all. Walter. Marlon's in the building. Said, hello, Ron. We are not going into the second apron to sign off on the bench player who you have to load manage. That's a tough one, too. The load management. I didn't even get into that. That's a good point. Thank you for the generous super chat, David. Shout out to you. Said Cat is the Knicks' best center of all time. And that's fine if you feel that way. Let me get to this one. Says, and thank you once again for the generous super chat. Says, don't worry about going into the second aprons later. The goal is to win championships. Knicks could potentially three-peat before worrying about that. Well, I think Boston probably thought that was going to be the case too, and we saw how it didn't work out for Boston. I just think it's tough, man. I just think, what's worse? Shout out to Alan Hahn, because the second apron thing, the restrictions and the penalties are so steep. And honestly, since they've done the second apron, no team has shown that they can go into the second apron and be prosperous out of it, right? Because really, when you think about it, the only team that's done it since they've instituted it was Boston after winning a championship. And Boston hasn't been successful, really, they've been successful, but they haven't been able to get back there, right? And now they have an issue. And they've got some dissension amongst the ranks because of the way they're treating Jaylen Brown and what's going right. So really, for us to say that we can do it and it'll work, there's no proof, because that second apron is a beast with all the restrictions. There was another thing I was going to say. Oh yeah. Shout out to Alan Hahn. I like to say friend of the show, great dude. But Alan said, what really doesn't make sense about the new rules and the second apron is the fact that you get penalized for trying to keep your own player. And I think that is the thing that, how you make a rule and you don't know what the downsides are of the rule, and you figure out if there's something that I think maybe they'll revisit the next time they do their CBA and all that stuff. That is something that I think owners may make a big deal about going forward, that rule may get tweaked, because it is really unfortunate that somebody that is homegrown, that you've kept and cultivated, you're penalized for trying to keep that person. Because the other thing about the league, which is not as big of a deal nowadays, but it used to be before. It used to be when you had good players on a team, the league wanted you to keep those players on the team because those were part of like the faces of the team. Right. They like the continuity of, representatives of each team being there for long periods of time. Nowadays, because there's been so much changeover and players jumping ship and moving to different teams, they don't care about that as much. But that should be something they really think about again, because that's part of you wonder why the NBA has so many problems and why they're not respected as much, or why the viewership changes. Part of that has to do with it. Like, you know, why do you care so much about a team when your best player is with them for 4 or 5 years and then they leave? Now your team stinks, or they bring in different players, but they're not equal to the player you had. So it's just a different thing as a fan, and especially fans that are fair weather fans, because it's not about the true fans. It's about the fair weather fans, because the fair weather fans, you'd be surprised. That's where the money's at, right? The true fans are there. You count on that money. What you want as an enterprise or organization is the fair weather fans, because that's new money, right? And if you can keep new money, great. So yeah, I think that's one of the things the NBA has to get back to, understanding that it is good for players to keep their own homegrown talent in-house. So you shouldn't penalize people for signing their own players. Shout out to Alan Hahn. We'll see what happens. It's not going to happen overnight. And unfortunately, the Knicks are already penalized because of it. But it's something going forward that hopefully they change. Shout out to Kerry Cox in the building. Salute, Kerry. Good to see you. Let's see. JW's in the building. Knicks in 5. That's the mantra. What up, JW? Shout out. Darlene Bryant's in the building. Let's go, Darlene. Says salute, Ron. Lena Franklin is here, member of the SKF Army. Said, hey, guys, I'm so happy that we kept Jose for next season of the Knicks. That's right, Lena. I am, too. My 2 cents is in the building. Appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Says, salute to all the champs here. Ron, Mod, Subs, Chat. Regardless of Dolan, I trust Leon. He believed in JB before anyone built around him and delivered that championship. Let the maestro work his magic. This facts. Gotta believe in him. Even when he makes mistakes in the end. You guys, once again, do you notice how we talked about the front office once again this year? There was a certain point where we were starting to question everything again. And I said, I'm not saying me, but I said we need to wait, because we do this all the time. And then by the end of the season, we're like, oh, wow, this turned out great. Well, it happened again last year, folks, or this year, whatever you want to call it. We talked about him, bringing in Mike Brown, maybe, not doing enough for the bench and all this stuff. Alvarado was a question mark. Alvarado becomes up big. People still complain about Landry Shamet. Landry Shamet came up big. And in the end, the Knicks win the championship. We still question Leon Rose. We just can't do it anymore. We just got to let him do his thing. All right. Shout out to David Smith once again. Thank you for the generous super chat. You know what it is. He says, I care more about Knicks winning championships than staying under the second apron, so Brunson can collect every dime of 5 years, $417 million contract, 83.5 per year, team first. Run it back this season. So does Jalen Brunson deserve that type of contract? I don't know. Maybe no one deserves that type of contract. But should he get paid big money? Yes, 100%. He's already shown it. He's already left money on the table. Jalen Brunson deserves whatever he gets. Period. Now, do I think that Jalen Brunson, if he was offered something like that, would he take it? I don't think so. I think Jalen Brunson would leave some money on the table once again in order to keep winning, have his peoples around him, and see where this thing can go. They've already said, I saw something earlier today. Now, I don't know if it was real, but I saw something that said that Karl Anthony Towns is considering leaving money on the table as well in order to keep this team together for the most part so that they can continue to try to win championships. Do you guys see, if that's true, do you guys see what's happening with our culture as opposed to everybody else in the NBA? The Knicks didn't just win the championship because they played the best. They won the championship because they have great chemistry and they believe in each other and want to win together. You cannot understate that. That's important. Remember when I talked about Durant earlier and how he's such a, bad presence? And that's the reason why he hasn't had the success outside of Golden State that he might have thought he would. This is what I'm talking about. having great chemistry with your teammates, believing in each other, having fun out there when you're playing, and then locking in. I saw something about Deuce. Deuce, they put it was on X, and Deuce was talking about the team last year. He said, "Man, we were so close, and just not being able to see it through." But let me tell you something. Next year is going to be different. We are locked in. I'm telling you, I've never been around a bunch of guys that are this locked in. Everybody is locked in. And what happens? This year they win the championship. Stuff to think about, folks. Stuff to think about. All right, let me breeze through and let me put this link out there. All right. Shout out to Buzzer Beater in the building. What up, Buzzer Beater for life? Says salute to the 2025-26 NBA Championship chat. Let's go. Margaret Edwards is in the building. What up, Margaret? Good to see you. Let's go. Second apron is something no team wants any part of. It can hurt your team. That's the thing, Margaret. Once you get in, and remember, once you get in, you're stuck for the whole year. You can't get out to the next year. So it's like, it's a really tough. As much as, like I said, as much as my heartstrings was pulling, I was like, let's go, baby. I don't care. I have to dial it back. gotta relax. Gotta chill. All right, let me breeze through here. President Boss in the building. Salute to Ron, the Teflon Don, General of the SKF Army. Salute to the best chat on Saturday for Knicks content. Salute to you, Prezi. I appreciate you, my guy. Thanks for being here. Mellow Mike in the building. Okay, what up? Salute to you, Ron, and the rest of the chat. We champs. Let's go. Shout out to you once again, Mellow Mike. Great to see you in person. Like I said, guys, I've talked about our Mellow Mike is a giant. I think I'm a giant, but Mellow Mike's a giant, man. Big dude. Surprised. Every time I run into people, I get so shocked. Building blocks is in the building, Ron. It's because championship emotions is greater than emotions. Right. Facts. Randu's in the building. What up, Randu? Salute to Ron in the chat. Good to see you. All right, let me breeze. D-Ras in the building. What up, D-Ras? Good to see you. Lonnie Meeks is here. What up, Lonnie? Durant's a clown. Not cool. Yeah, well, Durant's Durant. He's just being Durant. That's all. Okay. All right. Let me breeze through. Carlos Tejada's in the building. Huck needs to hit another level. I agree. It's time for Huck to step up and show. This is the opportunity Huck should have been waiting for, right? And when you think about it, Huck's in a great spot, right? Because he gets to come along slowly, learn behind Mitch, learn behind Cat, and then he's with a group of talented people that he doesn't have to do too much. He has to just learn his role. Huck's in a great spot. Like, Huck could be, after everything is said and done, whoever the Knicks do go out there to get to help bring in another big, Huck might be the guy. Honestly, Huck's got the talent. He just needs to learn how to be disciplined, stop fouling, and have, solid, better footwork to stay in front of people, to be a better individual defender. Huck is a pretty good team defender, but if shout out to my guy Sherwin, who does point out Huck sometimes get exposed individually on defense. Huck needs to be better at moving his feet. If he can move his feet better, right? And then, like I said, stay out of foul trouble, Huck can be fantastic because he's got the other tools. Deron Wayne's in the building, member of the SKF Army. Salute, says, I want to wish Ron and all Mets fans. Let's go, baby! Happy Bobby Bonilla Day. Let's go! I love Bobby Bonilla Day on Thursday. Ooh, wait. That is the best ever. Listen, we should all be so lucky to have a Bobby Bonilla contract. Could you imagine having $1 million coming to you every year for 30 plus years? Oh, Bobby Bo. Let's go. Go ahead, Bobby. I wish I could see Bobby in person. Like, if there was an interview that had nothing to do with still Knicks fans, it'd be Bobby Bonilla. I'd bring him up here. We talk about whatever. Y'all be like, why is Bobby Bonilla there? I don't care. $1 million every year for 30 plus years. That's it. That's the content. All right, let me move on. All right. Hey, my guy's here, and I see him backstage. So, you know what I mean? I can't wait. Your boy here today. Let's go. Donald Mitchell in the building. Salute. Just wondering if Cat do over his contract. Can they keep team together if he takes a cut in the long run and not up front? So let me just say this real quick, because some people, are a little, not in the know. Cat can take a pay cut with his next extension. However, Cat is still under contract for this coming year. So whatever he does not affect the Knicks this year. After this year, if he wants to take a little less money, that will give the Knicks a little bit more flexibility. But it all depends, guys, because remember, he's already on the books projected. So whatever he's making now, you're projecting the next few years that he's going to be making at least that, right? Because if he takes a pay cut, he's not going to take less than he's making. He's just not going to take as, much more than he's supposed to get. He's still going to get a bump. It just won't be as high. So the Knicks are still in a weird spot, and I don't even want to talk about next year because you got to deal with Cat, you got to deal with Brunson, you got to deal with Josh Hart. Oh man, I'm balling like a baby if we start talking about that stuff. Let's get out of here. Let's stay away. I'm not even gonna think about it. Sang Freud is in the building. Salute. Good morning, Ron. Congratulations on forecasting a championship season. Here's to the chat, man. Shout out to everybody. It's dope. It's dope. This one's for us. Hey, what up, Vic? I see you, baby. He said, Ron, I'm here, bro. Good to see you, bro. All right. Okay, I'm breezing through, guys. I got a bunch of people backstage, and I can't wait to chop it up with them. Jersey Shore's in the building, so we need team rebounding. Yes. Well, we need guys who can individually, like you have, well, no. Team rebounding is important. Individual defending is important. That's what we need. Guys that can defend individually as well as a team. So we already have some of that now, but if we need a big, the big's got to come in and be able to defend individually, not just team. Because if you get cooked as an individual, what's the point, right? And that's, once again, I want to shout out Sherwin. That's the only thing that he worries about with Huck. He just wants Huck to be a better individual defender. Because Huck is a great weak side. He gets those blocks. You see him. He just has to be smarter, stay out of foul trouble. That's another thing, too. It's not just the footwork. Huck just has to learn how to be smarter. Huck's got a little bit of the Cat thing right now because he hasn't had the experience. Once he gets to play comfortably every day, every game and get some good minutes, he'll start to learn guys' tendencies. They won't be able to, up fake him or get him into a spot where he's going to foul. He'll know, oh, okay, I know what you're going to do. And you could stay back. Anyway, we'll talk more about it, I'm sure. And I got the Huck supporter in the chat. So in the background, I know he I see you. Okay, let's see. All right. Bag of Jones in the building, tired of pause culture. We grown men with wives and kids. I feel you. I say pause for the kids, but I don't really care. To be honest with you, I really don't care. Hey, Coach Malpeak is in the building. Oh, I see him backstage. Can't wait to chop it up with him. All right. Let me see. All right. I'm breezing through. I see everybody. Thanks, guys, for being here. Knicks Connection. What's up, everyone? Salute. All right. Allah Wise is in the building. Salute. Our core is great, but our bench made the difference. Mitch is needed. Dolan, Leon, get it. Allah, I don't know, bro. I don't know. Because I think the thing is, how upset. I mean, I know. See, here's the thing. We talked about this before. Some Knicks fans are not going to care in the grand scheme of things. Right now, you hype. I'm not talking about you, Allah. I'm talking about in general. Hype. We want to win again. But the thing is, you put yourself in a position, if you don't get it done, right? If you don't get it done, you could lose this year, be stuck in the second apron. Then you got to trade players to get out of the second apron. And then you got to look into the contracts of Brunson and Hart and Cat. Then you start to say, oh boy, we might be in a little trouble here. And then you wind up saying, hey, now we're Boston. That's the thing you want to think about. That's all I'm saying. I'm with you guys, man. I want everybody back. All right. Okay. I think this is pretty much. Oh, Dro loves to hate in the building. Trade McBride for Eves Missy. That's one of those. Eves Missy might be the type of guy we need right now to go along with what we have. I don't know. We'll see. Salvador Perez in the building. Free throws would have gotten Mitch second apron on a bag. I 100% believe that too. I think if Mitch was a better free throw shooter, or even and a better passer, I think he would have made himself expendable, like, because he's too much. At that point, he's like, nobody does that. A free throw shooter, good free throw shooter, a good passer, an incredible offensive rebounder, great defense. Well, we got to stop doing that, guys. I know, listen, I don't want to be a victim of the moment. I'm going to say this one last time. Mitch is a fantastic defender. I don't know if I want to say great. Do you know why? Because Mitch hasn't played over 60 games in a long time. He finally got to 60 games this year. Is he on all defensive team, number one? Is he on all defensive team, number two? So let's just hold off on the great stuff. But he's really good, really good. Great rebounder, great offensive rebounder. I'll give him that, but they don't give you, awards for that. So it is what it is. All right. Sorry, guys. I'm almost at the bottom here. Juan Rivera's in the building. People don't understand the second apron. Yeah, I think it's tough, man. That second apron is terrible. I read it one time, and it was, yuck. It's like, I was like, I got to wash my eyes out. Terrible. C. Daz is in the building. Let's see what C. Daz has to say. None of these washed up has been husks that styled themselves as veteran centers will be able to duplicate what Mitch brings to the table. Agreed, but you got to look. There's no one player that is not a superstar player that can't be replaced, guys. Like, as long as you have a really good core team, you can replace guys. You're not going to get the exact same thing. Nobody's saying we're gonna get what Mitch brings. No, there's no look. Let me say it again because I want everybody to understand this. There's nobody out there in the NBA that offensive rebounds like Mitchell Robinson. Nobody. It's okay. So it is what it is. We just have to figure out the best way to move on to at some point we watched. Remember, my favorite player was RJ Barrett. Is RJ Barrett a Knick? Nope. Wolf Perry in the business said, Ron, can we break down the second apron today so people can? Okay, all right. Let me look at it again. Did I tell you I had to bleach my eyes after I read it? All right, let me see what I can do. All right. Okay. I think this is pretty much everybody. Shout out to anybody. I hope I didn't miss anybody, but people are chomping at the bit. Dwayne Dennis in the building. Easy enough to tell someone to just go over the apron and pay $250 million in penalties when it's not your money. That's kind of how it works. Hey, my guy Yuri's here, and I see him. Ooh wee, it's gonna be good, y'all. Shout out to you, Fritz in the building. Salute. What's going on, guys? Definitely check out the NBA Economy Show if you haven't already. All right. Wolverines is in the building. Salute. Happy Saturday. And guys, thank you for being patient backstage with me because, I try to get through all of this and say what's up to everybody because once we get going, that's it. I don't get to focus on the chat as much anymore. The real Ice Mike in the building says, salute, Ron. You think the Spear fiasco in Vegas has anything to do with Dolan cost cutting? Places hemorrhaging? I will tell you, bottom line is, and this is why I didn't really make a big deal about it, but all that projected money is the constant, right? The money that the ticket sales are going to get, the concessions, all that stuff, right? But that extra NBA money, championship money, raising the ticket prices in the playoffs, Dolan definitely has a plan to flip that money into his other businesses. You kidding me? That's why he don't want. I mean, yeah, that's how they do things, man. That's why he don't want to. I don't want to spend this money. I'm using this money for something else. Shout out to Ribby in the building with $9 million available. I would trade Deuce for 10 seconds so I can retain block this monster. Okay. Keith says, Ron, shout out to you, Keith. Ron, when is the Summer League games? I believe it's the second week of July. But I'll get you guys the dates. Let me see if I can find that out now. Okay, I think that's everybody, guys. Finally got to the end. Salute. Shout out to Sherwin. I see you. Mitch is not coming back. Move on. We don't have Mitch money. I mean, that's the problem. We just don't. And everybody was under the impression that Mitch is going to take less money. Why? Mitch has been we already talked about Mitch is the longest standing Knick. Mitch can't shoot free throws. Mitch is not a great passer, and Mitch is not a great offensive threat. This is Mitch's time to get his bag. You know what I mean? Like, if you got a moment to get your money, you got to go get your money. He saw Hartenstein, who is his boy, do it. This is Mitch's time, man. So we can't hate on it, man. I want Mitch to be happy too. If we love Mitch, and want Mitch to be happy, not only for him, but for his family too. This is Mitch's time to get his money. That's all I'm saying. Okay, that's it. Let me get to my people's backstage. Let's get it. Okay, let me switch this group discussion bell. Let me move my apologies. Let me get that off the screen. All right, here we go. Coach, what's going on, brother?
Salute, my man. Salute, my friend.
Always a pleasure.
Yes, same to you.
D-Rex, what's popping?
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Apron Apocalypse.
That's real. Look at this guy back here. Nice to see a familiar face that we haven't seen in a minute. Bam! What up, Double A?
Hey, what's up, bro?
What's
Hi,
good?
Guys,
Salute,
how's
my
everybody
guy.
doing? I just had to come in and try to make sense of everything that's going on, man.
All right.
Some fans are losing it, man.
I know. Hold on. Let me get the rest of everybody. We got a lot of people. Let's see here. Fritz in the building. What up, Fritz?
Hey, I heard you talking about aprons. Let's go.
Listen.
All right.
I feel like it's the bat call, right? Anytime I start talking about agreements,
Let him know, Fritz.
Like Fritz, are you around? Thank you.
Let these aluminum foil hat wearing people know, Fritz.
Gotta.
Yeah, man. Everything costs. Everything
Jay.
costs.
What up, Jay?
What up? I forgot.
Jay.
What up?
Good
What up?
day.
Hope you're wearing your aprons today.
Appreciate you, my guy.
Well, we only need one apron, not the second one.
Yeah, apparently we need a lot of aprons and a lot of hats and a lot.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of cooking. And
One
then
really quick before you bring somebody on.
Uh-huh.
Thank God that the team is so far less emotional than the fans.
Oh, this is very true, man. We're gonna go through it, bro.
Yeah.
This is New York. If you didn't know New York was gonna go crazy, we just won. We cloud nine. Now we're back to doomsday. It's gonna be okay.
Right.
We'll be all right. We'll be all right.
Now we're only on cloud 8.
Let me bring my guy in here. First time showing his face here. We've seen it other places, but hey, boom, Yuri, what up, buddy?
Hey guys, you missed me?
Yeah, there you go. Good to see you, my guy.
Yeah, no, second apron is little hell. I reread it every freaking few weeks, and I'm like, no, this is disgusting.
I know it's terrible. And then hopefully he comes back. He was just here. Juan was in the background, so hopefully you come back, Juan. I'm gonna put the link in the chat once again for you. But other than that, guys, listen, we got a lot to talk about, a lot going on. I didn't even think the second apron was going to be a big point of contention today, but it looks like it is. So it is what it is, y'all. It makes sense.
No, definitely.
It makes sense because everybody wants to bring back Mitch.
It's keeping some people's favorite player from being re-signed, and it's hindering us from running it back.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
sometimes we got to keep our emotions out, because look, Dolan said it himself. It's not about the money or about him writing the check. It's about our front office's superpowers, Leon Rose, Brock Aller, and Worldwide West, is been able to manipulate the loophole.
What? Hold on 1 second, Coach. Keep going. Don't forget your thought. I think let's see. Let everybody mute while Coach is speaking. We'll see if it's still there. Go ahead, Coach.
All right. So the thing is, our superpowers in our front office. Someone's got a dog barking.
Can you mute me?
All right, but I'm going to mute. I think it's double A. But, all right. Yeah.
I got him.
All right, I'm sorry. So anyway, their superpowers are manipulating the loopholes of the salary cap, roster management, signing, re-sign, that's all their superpowers. That's how our front office feels comfortable making a roster. That's how they created our championship roster. And if you go into the second apron, for a backup big. Let's face it, that's what he is. A load management big, or any of the rotation guys that are not consistently the best rotation guys in the world either. No team is going to do that and handcuff the superpowers that our front office has, because all it does is takes away the tools that what makes Leon Rose and Brock Aller the best. So it's not about personal feelings. It's not about it. You just can't do it. If you're truly Mitch Hive and you love Mitch and wants what's best for Mitch, then you let Mitch go get his bag. You just have to. That's the way of the business.
Coach, you said one of the important things you mentioned is a backup big, because that's essentially what he is right now. So this is what fans are wanting the Knicks to spend, is on a backup. To me, Mitch should be a starter. I mean, there's no doubt about it with the way the Eastern Conference is going and the NBA is going. They're going big. Okay, so we're going to need size. We've gotten away the last season and a half playing a 6'4" power forward. But let's just look at some matchups. Okay, let's look at playing the Heat. Who is Starks going to guard? Is he going to guard Bam, or is he going to guard Giannis? We can't go into a game being at disadvantage, just because we want to play somebody.
Who was the second big and power forward in the finals on either team?
Excuse me?
Out of the two teams that were in the finals,
right?
Who was the second big or power?
Well, I'm not talking about last year.
Teams. But you're saying
I'm not talking about last year.
Everyone's going big, but the Spurs didn't go big.
I'm talking about next year.
Lou Cornett is 7'2".
Next year.
He doesn't play together with Wemby.
I know, but listen, Coach. What I'm talking about is next season. Okay, the finals is over. I'm talking about next season. Where with Wemby, this Wemby mania is going. All right, the Thunder they already had 2 7-footers, Hartenstein and the other guy. Right, they drafted another 7'3" guy.
I'm so mad they got that guy. By the way,
you know what I'm saying?
Me too, brother. Me too.
What people don't understand as well, Coach, and they're not taken for granted when it comes to Dolan. And I feel bad that this man has spent whatever necessary to field a team for the Knicks. People have gotten mad at him, said, he's messed up the teams. But if you looked at a lot of the hires that he's had over the season, there's been people recommending people. Like when he hired Phil Jackson, come on, man. I count me among one of them that was overjoyed. Who knew that Phil was going to come here and go on vacation? You know what I mean? And he's has spent money on this team is my point. And for fans to jump on him because he doesn't want to go over the second apron to pay a sub, that's not his fault. He pays Leon Rose good money to run this team. And Leon gets a lot of credit. But Leon has a lot of help, okay? Walt Wesley, Brent Aller, these guys, they're not working for peanuts. They're not working for free. So a lot of money is being spent on this franchise. We're still playing Thibodeau. We're still going to be paying Thibodeau for a couple more years. It's easy to count somebody else's wallet, man. But, when you're in it, it's a different story. But a lot of people are going to get upset at me. But I really think it's time that, this offseason, we need to move one of our starters. We need to move them to give us flexibility. We need them to give our team more balance. Right now, we're guard heavy. Why do we keep drafting guards when we don't have the minutes for the guards we have now? We got Brunson and Bridges eating up most of the minutes at guard, right? You got 96 minutes at guard, between shooting guard, point guard. 96 minutes. Between Brunson and Bridges, you got to play them 35 minutes. That's 70 minutes. So you got 26 minutes left, And I think that we need to, concentrate more now on getting a couple of bigs. That's what's going to help us.
So here's the question, Double A.
You can still do that.
Do you think
Not for that price.
what would be more important to you as a fan? And I'm this is really for anybody, but I'm just asking Double A because of what he's talking about. What would be more important as a fan for you? For the Knicks to win another championship this year, go back to back, and then be a decent playoff team the next 3 years after that, or for them to be a solid playoff team this year, have a chance to get to the finals, but we don't know, for the next 4 years?
I'd rather do that, of course.
So you'd rather them be a solid playoff team for the next 4 years instead of winning another championship this year and being so-so.
But still have a chance to win it. If you're a solid playoff team, you have a chance to win it, right?
Right.
Trading a starter is bananas talk, bro. I'm sorry. That's bananas.
Well, hold on. Look, I do
you got them
feel
all locked up for 2 or 3 years.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Brunson's not up for 3 years.
They have player options.
Look, guys, let's just get everyone their take, and then we can.
They have player options.
Yeah,
we have the most expensive starting five in the NBA, and we have flaws. And we have
going to trade any of them, so that's not going to happen.
We know it's not going to happen, but it's what should happen since we're scratching for money. Right, we're patching holes because we don't have money.
In the cat, though. We don't
have
to do that.
Right. If you have a solid starting five, you could lose if you don't have a good bench, right?
Hey, listen, hold on. Well,
I'm asking a question.
Yeah.
If you don't have a solid bench, but you have a great starting five, you could not. It's a chance you could not win, right?
True. It's true.
Double A, you're right.
Wait, if you don't have a solid bench.
Everybody, anybody who's not speaking, just mute because there's feedback.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, cool. All right, look, let me do this real quick. Sorry, guys. I seen this happen at somebody else's show. I was like, I never got to do this. Hold on. Hey, Double A. It's just me and you right here. You know, between us, right? I know how you felt throughout this season. I know you wanted a big. I know you felt like they didn't have the adequate pieces to win a championship. And I know that even before we got to the playoffs, you said you didn't think they had enough to win a championship.
No, I 100% I said that.
But they did, brother. They did. So all I'm saying is, if they did it, right, against all odds, and showed everybody under Leon's regime that his plan worked, even getting the small Alvarado that most of us thought was finished, and he came in and did the damn thing and actually played really good defense and was a really good ball handler, especially in the Spurs series. Can we just be happy about this currently and let it play out? Because the reason why I'm talking to you specifically is because every year we do the same thing. We're worried about the moves and the things, the transactions that other teams are making. And all we hear is, well, this team did this team did that. Where are the Knicks going to fall? And every year, and I'm just realistically, every year the Knicks have gotten further, right? Am I wrong? They got to the playoffs. They got past. I mean, they got knocked out in the first round back in the day with Julius, the whole double team, the triple team by Atlanta. The next year, they got to the second round. The year after that, they got to the second round again. The year after that, I mean, why I keep saying that? The year after that, they get to the Eastern Conference Finals. This year, they win the championship. So every year, it's been a next step. Can we just give them a chance to cook? And say maybe when it's all said and done, they'll get it right. And I agree with you, though. I've always said that you're right when you say they definitely need to have a competent backup big, right? And I think they know that too. I think they're gonna address it. I don't know how and when.
I go even further. I go even further because look, I'm basing my opinion on the finals. We
get
won
it.
the championship, no doubt about it. We're champions. We did that was great. But I look at it as luck. We came from behind how many games? Double figures. We won 2 games by miracles. So we just slid there. So I'm just looking ahead, and I'm looking at our flaws. Where was our flaw? What caused us to fall behind so much every game? What do we need to catch up with what's going on? You know, we ended up playing San Antonio, which we lucked out. I mean, they had big backcourt guys, but I mean, their front court guys not that big. And then I look at after game 3, man, Towns was a monster. Game 1, game 2, game 3, we're like, wow, this is Karl Anthony Towns, man, the all-star. But then the coach Johnson, he decided to deploy what coaches have been doing against Towns successfully in the playoffs. They put a short guy, Johnson, on him, and Towns was nothing. Towns went from double-figure rebounds to single-figure rebounds to 2 points in game 5, okay? And my whole thing, okay, now I'm looking at it, man. Miami, they're stacking up their front court. Charlotte, they're stacking up the front court. So I'm looking at the trend right now in the NBA is teams are getting bigger, man. They're getting stronger, and that was an issue for us. And losing Mitch, that makes it even bigger problem for us because all we got is Cat. And we've known last year one of Cat's Achilles heels was getting into early foul trouble. Another big Achilles heel is physicality. He can't take it. He doesn't like it. He shies away from it.
But that's not what we saw versus Wemby, though. He was physical versus Wemby. And in fact,
versus Wemby, he is against taller guys.
Right, yeah.
But when you put a short physical guy on him like Draymond Green, like Johnson, Spurs, he can't do nothing.
But that's going to be for a lot of bigs. Look, they do that to Embiid too. But hold on. But I see. Let me just say a couple things before I bring everybody back. Double A. The one thing I will say, I don't think that the Knicks being able to come back versus the Spurs was luck. I think what we are really not understanding so much about these two teams.
It was an inexperienced team.
Yes, it was inexperienced. It was inexperienced by the Spurs and bad coaching.
If that had been an experienced team like the Thunders, it might have been a different story.
Right, but the other thing is, if it had been the Thunder, maybe we wouldn't have been down so much. The San Antonio Spurs, their thing is they are great in the first quarter. They get out to first quarter leads. That's their bag. So you got to look at them and say, whenever you play the San Antonio Spurs, they're going to come out hot and fast in the first quarter. If you know about the Knicks Achilles heel has been they struggle in first quarters of games against everybody. So it was a perfect storm of that. But the flip side is, and I've said this multiple times, you guys know this, the facts prove it. The stats prove it, should I say. The Knicks, not only just in the playoffs, but for the regular season, are the best fourth quarter scoring team in the NBA all season. And by the time the whole season was done in the playoffs, the Knicks have become the best fourth quarter defensive team in the NBA. So that's why I say it's not luck, because you got San Antonio who gets out to hot starts, and you get the Knicks who finish strong. So that's where it was like it's a clash. San Antonio needed to be better at extending leads and playing smart basketball when they had the lead going into the fourth quarter, which they did not do. And Coach Johnson was exposed at every turn because he did not make the proper adjustments. That's inexperience as well as bad coaching. When you play the Knicks, you got to know when we get to the fourth quarter, we got to put our foot on the gas because they're going to come back. They've done it against everybody. They did it twice against Boston last year. They did it against the Hawks at some point in the series. And most importantly, they did it against the Cavs being down 22. So it's not like this is foreign, bro. That's all I'm saying. It's not luck. It's how they play. The Knicks are the best fourth quarter team in basketball. And you got the best fourth quarter scorer in basketball in Jalen Brunson for the last 4 years. So this is a problem that, the Knicks just have to be better at starting games. But, I would say I get your point. If this had been another coach or another team, the Knicks may not have been afforded the opportunity to come back. But If it had been another team, we can't say that they would have got the lead that San Antonio, because San Antonio is a great first quarter team. That's all I wanted to put out there. I just like us to kind of look at it in a little closer, magnifying glass. Like, what are we really dealing with? San Antonio is great in first quarters, and the Knicks are great in fourth quarters. So the game is basically, it's really one in the middle, right? Because you know what's going to happen in the first, you know what's going to happen in the fourth. What happens in the second and third quarter is kind of what dictates what happens. You got to play smart. You got to keep the lead because the Knicks are going to come back. And they started to fall apart. They didn't do what they needed to do to maintain these leads because they've never been there before. They weren't ready for the moment. The Knicks were, and that's why the Knicks are the 2026 NBA champions. That's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to put that out there. But I definitely understand where you're coming from, AA, and I understand you have a lot of apprehension because you like this. You want this team to be a perennial, playoff team that's a championship team, maybe creating a dynasty. But I'm just saying it takes time. You got to let the process, because I guarantee you 100%, since I've been doing this, in November, it's going to be 6 years that I've been doing this. And every single year that Leon Rose has been here, we have criticized him throughout the season. And by the end of the season, we're like, oh, okay, well, I didn't see this. Oh, this worked out. Oh, what are they going to do? Then they trade for Josh Hart. Like every step, there's been something, and it's worked out towards the end. This year's no different. This Knicks team was not playing the way they played in the playoffs in part of the regular season. But then they turned it on because they finally gelled. And even with that, and I know I'm long-winded, guys, but I got to get all this out. Even with that, the Knicks are not supposed to be playing the way they played and be this good in year one of a new system offensively, new system defensively. It's supposed to take 2 years. For most teams, that's what it does. And they had to learn quickly on the fly, and people had to acquiesce. And the biggest thing, shout out to him. So David Smith, you may love this. The biggest thing is Karl Anthony Towns taking a back seat and going away from his scoring to let other guys eat and say, I'm going to pass the ball, I'm going to facilitate and do the other little things to get us the victory. That was the biggest thing. I am not going to front. That was huge. So once that happened.
Yeah, okay. And as far as salaries, like I said, people say I'm crazy. Oh, why are we going to trade one of our starters? Because if you look at it, bro, in the next couple of years, we're not going to be able to afford everybody on this team. I mean, Karl Anthony Towns right now takes almost 20% of the cap on this team, and I think a couple of them have player options coming up
talking, please.
where they can opt out, right? So, we got to look at that.
Yeah, I listen, I agree.
My point.
You're not wrong at that. So what I want us to focus on, you guys obviously can respond to what AA has said, but I really don't want us to go too crazy on that, because it's more of it's a bigger issue, longer term. What I really want us to focus on the stuff that is currently happening, the Mitch issue, second apron issue, the signings and all that stuff, kind of what we're dealing with now. Hopefully we can kind of stay in a certain way, So let's see. Go ahead, D-Rex.
So, yeah, I do want to talk about some of the stuff that AA is saying, because I think there's some interesting things there. We never actually really cut up the Spurs series because we were so blown away that we won. I always wanted to chop up the Spurs series like on the strategic element, because there's a lot of interesting things that happened. One point I wanted to make is, look, as far as the experience goes, Harper was their scariest, best, most consistent, poised player, whatever you want to say. That kid was killing us. I mean, let's be honest.
He's going to be a great player.
I was way more scared of that kid having the ball than De'Aaron Fox, especially in that
100%.
So I do think there's an experience point, but I also think that, look, you got to look at what the reality of the series was. And I think that one thing that worries me is, I actually have the opposite opinion to him, is that I think on the center part, look, I don't know what the deal with Mitch is. I don't like Mitch. I love Mitch. Okay. It would be my strong preference to retain Mitch. I would do just about anything to keep him here. He is not replaceable. I'll be honest. In the aggregate, we could replace him, but if the bar is Mitchell Robinson as far as offensive rebounding, then get used to having less offensive rebounds, because you're just not going to have – it's just not going to happen. There's nobody else. Steven Adams, maybe. I mean, there's nobody else. But one of the issues with the Spurs is they have those big physical guards that really gave us a lot of trouble, and somebody like a Dylan Harper or like a Cade Cunningham, I would like if we had somebody to stop that type of – like a big guard that could stop big guard. You know what I'm saying? Because we have struggled against that type of player. But I think even with that, we won. So it doesn't really. Every team has weaknesses, even when they win. So
Yeah.
I think we're ultimately fine, but it is also appropriate to look at all the team's draft strategies and, as we said earlier, the fact that OKC got another 7'3" guy is not making me thrilled.
Right. Let me hold on one second. Let me just did you have more that you wanted to get to, D-Rex? Because I wanted to get to Knicks connection real quick.
Oh no, we're good. We're good. Yeah.
All right. I know everybody. I'll get to everybody. I just want to get the Knicks connection real quick. Knicks connection. What's going on, bro? Let me unmute you. You good? I had muted you before because it was background. But
what's going on, bro?
What's going on, man?
How you feeling, man? Thank you for being here. I know this is your first time on the panel. Salute.
What's going on, man? How y'all doing, man? Salute to the chat, man.
Good. Can you turn down the volume in the
man,
background on your
thanks for having me, man. I really do appreciate it, man.
No doubt. Can you turn on the volume in the background on the TV?
Thanks for having me, man. I really do appreciate it, man.
You got me?
Close the YouTube window.
Yeah, bro.
Your StreamYard.
You hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah,
we've been hearing you the whole time.
We still hear us. So it's like it's double. So what you got to do is
I'm good.
Yeah, if you're in the StreamYard, do you have two windows open, like the YouTube and the StreamYard?
Yeah, if you're in the StreamYard, do you have two windows open, like the YouTube and the
He definitely
you
does.
know what I mean?
He definitely does. You got to turn off the original one you were watching.
You gotta close the YouTube.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You good?
There you go. Definitely does. You got to turn off the original one you were watching.
Today.
All right, hold on. I got you.
All right.
Need a headset.
I'm luckiest man in the world. Okay. We'll come back.
Tonight,
all right. Let's move around. Hey, Fritz.
I just won the lotto.
Hey, how's it going?
All right. So let's kind of jump into this because this is crazy, bro. I don't have it in front of me, but I know you know it as well. Can you kind of?
This is crazy, bro.
Wait, hold on. He's back. Hold on. Wait. Hold on, Fritz. I'm sorry. Because I know once. All right. Let's do this. I don't know how to do it because if you, I want to tell you that. So there's a YouTube, right? That you're on the show. Then you click the link and it brings you to StreamYard. But it's like two YouTubes, right? So you want to close the original one and just keep the StreamYard open. Let's everybody bear with them because this could be you out there. Some of y'all who haven't been able to come up here on the panel. This is how you do it. This is how you get comfortable. I want y'all to feel comfortable.
As his speaker, we're still going to hear him through his mic.
Yeah.
You get me now?
Oh, there we go. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, my fault, man. My fault, man. I had to cut off my TV.
That's what I'm saying. We needed because we hearing double. It's okay. We're gonna rag you a little bit.
Yeah, enough. My fault.
Don't worry. It took Coach 3 years to get that right. So it's all right. Don't worry about it.
I was watching it on TV, trying to do two things at one time, whatever. But it's nice to be in the chat, man. You know what I'm saying? I've been a Knicks fan all my life. I'm from Connecticut. Now I live in Houston, and I'm just so happy that we won a championship, man. And I just wish that we could keep everybody together, man. Like we could keep Mitch and keep Samet because those are one of the main factors that we won a championship. I just stand the second apron, whatever. I really don't get it, but it's like I feel like all the money your niggas making, why we can't play our players? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah,
not only a money thing is the issue. That's the reason.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Knicks connection. That's the problem, man. Why? And I said this before we even got to the championship. I said this in the beginning of the regular season because we were already talking about getting close to the second apron. I'm like, why did this have to happen now when the Knicks are good? It always has to hit us when it's oh my god. But anyway, the bottom line is like what, and we'll talk about that in a little bit once we finish talking with you for a little bit and get to Fritz. We got to all hear the penalties once again or understand how harsh the second apron is.
Destroys your ability
it's terrible.
It's so many disadvantages that he has to have a whole segment of his show of here's how many disadvantages there are.
It's terrible. Like I said, I'm not joking, guys. When it was like 3-4 months ago when I read it on the show. It was nuts. So anyway, but Knicks Connection, I'm glad you're here, and I know you're excited about everything. It's great to witness the Knicks winning. Yeah, I mean, it sucks that we're in a place where we're having such a hard time keeping the team together and keeping our homegrown talent in Mitch here because of the second apron. It's rotten. But this is how it plays out, man. Time happens when it happens. 53 years, and it had to be now.
Do you think that James Jones gonna make an exception? Like, is he gonna trust Leon to do this, or
it's not Leon? It's not Leon.
Knicks Connection. He literally said that he would cut as big a check as possible. It's not about forget money. It could be $1, it could be $100 billion. It's the point that it cripples your team. It cripples your franchise. That's what Dolan doesn't like.
That is the key. And like I said, I think Leon understands that too. And I think Dolan, because we were all wondering, the Knicks are not the Knicks are a very smart franchise. I think Dolan did that because Dolan wants you to make him the bad guy because you already view Dolan as the bad guy. That's why he jumped out early and said, we're not going into the second apron. I don't think the Knicks want to go into the second apron. And if you're asking me if I'm just being real with you guys, and I know you don't want to hear this, I don't think Leon Rose felt he could bring back Mitch. And so I think Dolan said what he said so that the pressure comes off of Leon and you guys look at Dolan at the bad guy. That's my opinion.
We weren't going to bring back Mitch.
Oh, no, I know. Fritz has said this, on I think our last show or he mentioned that they said this 2 years ago. So
you should let Fritz explain the second apron, the penalties. Maybe it'll help him understand.
Yeah, I agree. So now we'll get to that point. Fritz, not just for Nick Connection, but for also other people out there that really are still trying to understand how bad the second apron
is. Take a deep breath and read us the full list.
Okay. I'm gonna try to simplify it so everybody understands.
Got it.
Please, this simple words.
These rules are not like baseball. I know a lot of people are like 3 strikes. The second apron, it is 2 strikes, and basically the next step is really, really, really bad. You don't want ever to happen. Okay, so think of it as a 2-strike thing. And when the first year you strike, you can't put 2 salaries together in a trade. You can't get cash in a trade. You can acquire. You can't use a trade exception. Of course, you can't take back salary. You can't use your mid-level exception. So signing players for more than the minimum, not happening. So after that's 1 strike.
What about your picks getting frozen? Is that second year?
That's the 3rd.
Okay.
But it's not only, like I said, it was 2 strikes. So 1 year will be 1 strike. And the next year, same thing happens. Yep. But you get a 3rd strike, they start freezing you. They put your picks at the end of the draft. No matter what, there's just a lot of penalties. But you know what? It's not 1, 2, 3. You can't get 3 strikes in 5 years. So 5 years. So the Knicks are thinking 5 years in advance. And once we won the championship, you know what you said? I'm committing to paying Jalen Brunson that ridiculous amount of money he wants at the end. You know what? That's going to be a strike year. And that's in 5 years. And you know what? Right. That's 2 years from now. What, do I want to use a strike now? And then when I pay Jalen Brunson the year after, I'm going for the death penalty.
Yeah, that's going to be, yeah.
We're going to need those strikes when we want to keep together these starters after we won another 2 or 3.
So I want to hold my strikes until Jalen Brunson gets his money.
Oh, and hold on before you continue, Fritz. I think that's another thing because Fritz said this before, and I haven't reiterated this to anybody or said this because I think Fritz just said something that's very important. What Fritz is basically saying to you guys is that it's not like the Knicks don't plan on ever going into the second apron. It's that they don't want to go into the second apron now. because they know Jalen's contract's coming up.
Okay, and I'll give you a scenario.
Okay.
If the Knicks go over this year, they're if they do nothing, if they stay under this year, they're still scheduled to go over it next year. But you know what? You have to ask Karl-Anthony Towns, pretty please, can you take a little less? You got to ask Josh Hart, pretty please, can you take a little less? And they might let us go under. But if you go 20 over to give Mitch money, you're going to say, Karl-Anthony Towns, you know what? Are you going to pay for Mitch's salary this year, this $20 million, plus take a little bit more off to let us go under?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Cats be like, yeah, I like Mitch, but
Doesn't
I get it.
MLE automatically trigger the second apron?
Yeah, if you use it, you can't go over the second.
But isn't that what we did last year with Yabusele?
Yeah, so we couldn't go over last year. Like, though, if you try to do a trade, they say no.
Right.
Go over.
Exactly.
So
I have a list here that's like a short version of it that I can go over one more time. And
you can go more detail probably.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, my fault, D-Rex. I was gonna say real quick to David Smith. Shoot, where is it? Man, this thing goes so quick, bro.
Doesn't the second apron go up to 244 next year, though?
Yeah. So what happens with the cap situation? When they signed all these TV deals and all this, the Knicks, the NBA is making a lot of money. So every year the cap is going to go up 10%. Every 10%. So right now it's like 220 something. Next year it'll be 240 something, and then the year after that it'll probably be 269 or something like that. So
but
if you can, but the salaries are outpacing.
Thank you. That's the only thing I wanted you to say. when you gave Karl-Anthony Towns, you didn't give him a 10% raise every year. You probably gave him a 15% raise every year. So you're kind of outpacing. That's the problem. But if the Knicks are very smart, which I think Leon is doing, is hey, when I'm handing out my next set of contracts, I'm going to make sure they don't outpace. So, like when I give Alvarado a deal, I'm not giving him $5 million, $7 million, $9 million. I'm giving him $5 million, $5 million, $5 million. Right.
So in 2 years, we may go over. We're definitely going to go over to pay Brunson, but he may fix it in a way when he gives his next set of contracts so that we may only go over once, or we may only go over twice. Make sure we don't hit the death penalty.
So who do you think that we can place for Mitch? Like who do you want as a center?
That's a whole other topic of I'm sure
that's tougher, but
they can be creative. They can be very, very creative.
Can I just, because I think it's good for everybody.
Yeah, we're going to get somebody good, somebody replaceable, somebody who's going to be. We didn't think we were going to get any of these other guys, and they fit in everybody that we needed to win a championship.
I want somebody that's younger, is more durable, that that can fast pace, that can keep up. Because I noticed that the league is getting younger, and we need another center that's going to be durable, that can make free throws, that can hit 3-pointers, and that can defend well, and that's still young.
Yeah,
I mean that's
there's
true.
a reason none of those guys are available.
Because everybody's not letting them go.
There's
But
one or two.
Rare.
There's one or two, and our guy, Rex.
Huck 40.
Being talked about a lot. No, the one that we've talked about.
Jay Huff.
Yeah.
Oh, Jay Huff is
the backup. That's a backup move.
Well,
I would like Jake Huff for the team because
my man.
Pacers
All
will
right.
die before they give us Jay Huff.
Yeah. I think that Diabate from Charlotte.
I like Diabate.
I don't think he's on his way out. I think he's the one they're keeping.
The thing is, if they have a good, productive young center on a cheap contract, they'll never give that up.
They'll never give up.
So how do you guys feel about?
Point I wanted to make is we won. So why does anybody want to help us now?
That is the thing. That they do not want to let the rich get richer. And how do you guys feel about this person, Ryan Kalkbrenner?
He's good with that. Why would they give him up again?
Well, there's a reason for that.
That's what I was saying earlier.
No,
the thing about Nas Reed, too.
The thing about Ryan,
I would take
Kalkbrenner-
Nas Reed.
Well, no, we can't get Nas Reed. They just
That's
traded
why
for him.
those guys
But-
might be
but-
available.
Reed, bro.
Hold on one second. The Charlotte Hornets just drafted a big, and they traded for Nas Reed.
Right. That's
So
why
Ryan
those two
Kalkbrenner
might
could be somebody they let go.
That's the only reason why I mentioned Diamante, because they
Okay,
drafted somebody plus they brought in Nas Reed. So that's, you got to think they're going to keep all these bigs.
The problem with that theory is, what if they want to play Nas Reed at the 4 and not the 5?
Yeah,
Then they
no, I
want
mean,
center.
you're right. That is, yeah, that could be the issue. You're right. You're right.
He's not really a defensive center, Nas Reed, if you're being honest.
He could be there.
Anyway, look, I think it's going to be tougher for us to figure out who can replace Mitch if Mitch is truly out of here, right? And I know it looks like he's out of here, but nothing's set in stone until it's set in stone, right? So, and the other thing that might make it worse is that there's a good chance that Mitch could wind up in Brooklyn, which, boy, it's gonna be tough. But anyway, listen. All right, it is what it is, folks. We're gonna figure this out somehow. But I do want to say that.
Can I put one name?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, I was going through it, but Clint Capella, and that's it. You can go.
Clint Capella is always the guy that's kind of been, in the Knicks realm of thinking, right? I mean, I guess, but do you feel like Clint Capella is still playing at a good level, good NBA level? Because I feel like he's gone down.
No, he's declining. No. He's declining, but
not $7 million worth. That's what
I know, but like, you have to get someone who plays a little bit of defense.
What about Landell from Atlanta?
Yeah, I like him.
They're not giving him up, but
they really needed him, and he was hurt versus the Knicks. They could have used him, so I don't know. They might value him highly. So it might be tough to get him. Another name, shout out to D. Koulis, but I know that's another name that's been out there. But I don't know how. I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you I know so much about his game these days. I don't know if he's improved. Jackson Hayes.
Yeah, I did speak to one person. I did speak to Scoop B, and Scoop B did said, like I said, are the Knicks talking to anybody, or is there anybody on their radar? And he did say Robert Williams III.
That's one name.
I like him.
I think he's a mix, though.
But that's somebody who's in the know. So like that's not just anybody.
Let me see something.
It's a very, very limited free agency market for centers right now. And also, if the bar is Mitch, you'll never find anybody ever who's going to replace it.
Right. No, you can't look that way. Right.
Yeah. I'm comparing it. If we compare it, we're going to feel terrible about it.
You can't compare to an $18 million a year player with what we can afford. You just can't compare that.
You know what?
Williams is often hurt, or maybe as much as Mitch was.
Let me just say this real quick. Robert Williams did play 59 games this year. Shout out to him. Because, he's the Teflon Don for real.
Did he play 30-minute, 59 games?
He played 17 minutes, so very similar to Mitch. I wonder if the agents were talking to each other. I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, maybe the same agent.
I mean,
what about Nick Richards from Chicago?
He's also injury prone, and he's probably not even as good at defending as Ford is, honestly.
Who, Nick Richards?
Yeah.
Oh,
he's not. I mean, we have very little money. We don't have assets. Nobody wants to help us because we won. And also, the other problem is with Mitch leaving in the situation, the other teams know we're desperate. That's also a problem. They don't want to do us a favor.
Teams don't think we're desperate. Why do we think teams think we're desperate? We're not desperate.
We are. We need a center.
How are we desperate? We're just filling out the back of our roster. That's not desperate. Desperate teams are teams that don't have.
So instead of getting guards, why didn't you draft a center in the draft lottery?
That's the question.
Because okay, so once again, you guys know. Look, I knew this before we went into the draft. I was hoping for something different, but I can tell you 100%. I knew that the Knicks were not drafting any first-round players in the draft. In my mind, I knew the Knicks were going to do what the Knicks do. The Knicks go into the draft to try to get assets, to try to get cash. They always flipping picks. They're selling picks to get money because that's a cash-strapped team is going to use whatever they can to get more cash.
Plus
And
the
so
first round costs money.
first round picks do cost money.
Guaranteed salary also.
And it gets so strict, guys, that the Knicks could have drafted a really good talent at 31, but because it's so close to the first round, they don't want to pay that amount. Look at that. Just understand that's not even the first round, really.
Honestly,
That was the stop bucket from Houston.
The money didn't matter.
They don't want to pay that
31.
amount because
Right.
they'd rather have the money to pay someone that's been in the league and is ready to play right now for sure. That's why they didn't do it.
31 isn't first round money. It's not even. It's not on a scale. Like you could make a 31 a 2-way if you want.
Well, but the point is the 31st pick, the 31st pick is still very valuable. So you can use that to get the assets that you're trying to go for.
Yeah, they try to get picks. They got the valuable pick was the Kings second rounder. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's a high pick in another draft.
Mm-hmm.
Ron, can I jump in here because I did some homework on this? There's a list of names. It's not very long. The list is pretty much one of the top names right now is Kevon Looney. So he's getting his option declined. He has a lot of miles on him, but Mike Brown likes him. He's a little undersized. Nick Richards is one. Nikola Vucevic is one. Musa Diabate, Gogo Batazde, Yves Missy, Ryan Kalkbrenner, Nurkic, Zach Collins probably not getting signed, or we're not going to sign him. Robert Williams III we talked about. Andre Drummond, I'm not a huge fan. DeAndre Ayton, who I would never ever want ever.
Oh yeah, he's a scrub.
Yeah,
he's a scrub.
Thank you.
Yeah, Thank you.
Tony Bradley, even Precious Achua, but the Kings are probably going to re-sign him. So there's not so many good options. Brooke Lopez is also 1,000 years old, bro. You guys want to hear a good joke? You guys want to hear a good joke?
But if we got an all-star center, why do we need an all-star backup?
Exactly.
We don't need it.
We've been in a position of privilege because we have the best backup center in the NBA until right now.
Okay.
So I would take Diabate.
I would take
That's
Diabate.
because
They probably don't want to give up.
Me too. That's what I'm saying.
They gave up LaMelo Ball.
Slide into that spot.
They're willing to give up anything. Look, we're creating desperation on our team. Everyone else is desperate. We got 5 best starters in the league. You know who's desperate? Miami. You know who else is desperate? Boston.
Very desperate.
You know who else is desperate?
Milwaukee.
The Magic. Milwaukee.
Detroit is breaking up a finals type team.
Yeah.
They're breaking it up. Stewart, they traded Stewart for 2 second rounders, all right? You think that's a move we could have made?
Man, ever since we been the championship, we got everybody scrambling and scraping.
No,
I want to say what I'm saying. Brooke Lopez, DeAndre
not signing Mitch back and having to finagle less money for some backups. That's not desperation. That's just smart front offices.
Okay, let me rephrase.
We've worked with
Brooklyn's desperate. That's true.
No one would have known before the season that if they told you that, hey, we're going to get Alvarado, Clarkson, and Shamet to be kingpins of our rotation, you would have laughed in their face. Tell me you wouldn't have. But there's something about Leon Rose and the front office that knows the makeup of our team and what kind of players mesh with them. There's going to be veterans out there that want a championship possibility that are going to take less to come to us, especially if they get bought out, just like Clarkson did. So that's another possibility we haven't talked about.
Okay.
There's going to be players that are going to take discounts to come to us. So free agency is still coming. There's still trades out there. We got to be willing to give up maybe possibly someone like Deuce and Pacome Dadier as well for this possibility. That might be a possibility. Why do you think we accumulated all these second-round picks? Look at some of the trades that have been happening lately. They've been for like 2 and 3 second-round picks, like Double A said about Stewart. obviously we couldn't get Stu because he makes a little too much money, but we can get a decent player for throwing in a couple of second-round picks with a Deuce or a Pacome Dade and stuff like that. Like those are things we got to think of.
Can I jump in here because I also want to say something?
No, you're 100% right. What he just said is 100% right. You know what we got for Toppin? 2 second-round picks.
Well, that was not considered like a master.
And that guy was, but we picked higher. It was just we could get somebody. We're going to get somebody.
Yeah, it's a favor, but yeah.
Do you guys think that Diawara will get a bigger role this year? I think they're going to count on him a lot more this year.
You have to.
Well, if they give him a 4-year contract, I expect them to really think that he's going to be a part of the rotation heavily.
I believe that Diawara is the replacement for Clarkson.
Right.
That's just what I believe.
As far as
he's long. He's long. He can play defense, and he has a 3-point shot. So he's perfect.
Yeah, because I think, and don't get me wrong, guys. Clarkson had a couple very interesting moments where he did hit like a couple big shots at certain moments.
But there was some time during the season where he was in the doghouse.
And even past that, even when he started to change his game and become like tried to be more defensive oriented, he still wasn't consistent offensively. So what we really thought he was going to be
on this one, Ron, to your point, he was benched for 22 games because of poor defense. He shaped up his defense, got back in. During that time when he was a better defender, which was never a better defender, but whatever, neither here nor there, he went cold from 3 for months, like a month at a time. He didn't hit 1 3, not one, for like 2 months until the finals. So credit to him, he played well. But you also have to be honest, and this is another point that I want to make. So Deuce McBride had a very bad finals. Actually, our bench in general struggled in the finals. Outside of Jose Alvarado, who had a really solid game 4 and game 5. Actually, his game 5 wasn't that good. We had a no-show of our bench in game 5. But Deuce McBride was amazing versus the Hawks. Kind of disappeared. It shot terribly in the finals. And Landry Shamet, as much as we like him, he was our worst player in the finals. He was.
Well, the other thing, too, though.
He's bad versus the Hawks or he's bad versus 76ers. But it also doesn't mean that he's not irreplaceable.
The other thing, though, Rex, is because I think, and I've noticed this, so I'm not saying this to you. I'm saying this to all Knicks fans. We are also creatures of the moment when it comes to this, too. Deuce McBride had a terrible NBA Finals. No way around it. It was just bad. It was bad.
Besides one game, the whole playoffs was bad.
No. See, that's where. That's why I'm bringing this up.
2 games.
No, bro. He was amazing versus the Hawks.
I'm going to tell you 1 second. Hold on.
That was so long ago.
But that's why I'm bringing it up because fans have lost perspective on the fact of how important Deuce was in the other series before getting to that Spurs series. The Spurs series was terrible. No, we can't look at it any other way. But let's just look real quick. So hold on.
Signing Alvarado signed his fate because we're not going to keep 4 undersized guards, bro. We're not going to do it.
We don't need it.
I agree, but I have the numbers here in front of me. Deuce for the whole Hawks series was a plus 69. He shot 42% from 3 in the Hawks.
Everyone on the team was plus.
Not Landry Shamet. Landry Shamet was Landry Shamet in the Hawks series was a minus 11, shooting 27% from 3. So as much as you want to give these guys credit, I'm not saying
I knew you were going to do that, D-Rex, because even though you're saying that, you do know that yes, that was the case. He did struggle in that series, but you also know the next series he was on fire.
What I was about to say.
Okay.
I was about to say that doesn't invalidate that he was great versus the Cavaliers and the 76ers, but you have to look on a series-by-series basis because it's unfair to Deuce. It's unfair to Deuce that he had an amazing, outstanding Hawks series and he had a terrible finals, but everybody's going to say, oh, only by the finals. And then also the flip side of that is even though Deuce shot worse than Shamet in the finals, that's a fact, Shamet was by plus minus the worst player in the series. So
and the other thing too. Sorry, I'm saying it while I'm remembering it. I'm not going to say the same thing for Shamet. That's not an excuse. But Deuce is coming back from groin surgery. Like Deuce is, Deuce had to get back to his normal self. Took him a little while. I don't know, and maybe he regressed a little bit in the finals because I don't think Deuce is that bad.
I was going to say that when I got to it, Ron. I think that he was essential for us during the year when he got hurt.
He was one of the best 3-point shooters in the NBA this season. Can we be 100% fair
right
here?
Yeah, during the year is completely different. When he got hurt, I think things changed for him.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'm not discrediting his contribution and how good he is at spot up threes, but that's something that can be replaced.
Look, I agree, and Coach,
because of his shortcomings with the
no, you know what? I knew you were going to go there, Coach, because that's important. That Deuce is still undersized.
I mean, look, I agree, and not even about his size. He's a guard that has no handles, and he's not an facilitator.
He's not a facilitator either.
Yeah. His defense, one of the best point of attack, like athletic guards in the league. He does amazing. He fights through picks amazingly, and he shoots great spot up threes. I'm giving him 100% credit for that. And we have him for a discount. But now, because of the way our roster is, and this is assuming we get nobody. Kolek, it's between Kolek and Deuce. We can't keep four guys.
Because there's one thing that happened in the Spurs series that I want to adjust, that I want to mention. One thing they did which completely shut the water off for our bench is I think after game 3 or maybe towards the end of game 3, they took Wemby as a roamer and they had him kind of hovering in the paint or in the corner 3-point area. Do you guys remember how many corner threes Wemby blocked from our bench?
Yeah. Oh, I know. He was blocking Alvarado. He was blocking a bunch of people. Yeah, I saw.
It was a lot. And once they put him there, our bench scoring just got shut down completely. And part of that is because a lot of the shooters on our bench have a low release point relative to some of the guys we're talking about.
Although with Deuce, maybe I think people were making too much of an over adjustment when it came to Wemby because Deuce actually has a high arcing, like what coaches said. His shot, he probably could shoot comfortably over Deuce if he had the confidence because that's what Wemby did. Wemby took away the confidence of of our guard shooters. The only one that really showed it was Brunson. At some point, Brunson just said, I'm going to let it fly over Wemby. I don't care.
And that's because he's an outlier. He's a one-on-one. His size is almost irrelevant. The interesting thing about Deuce, and I talked about this before, is the APE index, which is your wingspan relative to your height. Deuce actually has 6'8" wingspan. He has very long arms, which is why he's a good point of attack defender. But he is still undersized. When a guy just shoots over him, like we saw him struggle with Cade Cunningham in the regular season, I'm not shitting on Deuce, but you have to look at it fairly. Because if you want to praise Landry Shamet for I'm saying he was heroic versus the Cavs and the 76ers, he was excellent. You also have to be fair and say, look, he struggled versus the Hawks and the Spurs, and Deuce was exceptional versus the Hawks. Does it mean he was also good in the finals? No, he was terrible. But you have to look at it fairly.
Well, true. But hold on one second. Before we continue, I'm sorry. Nick Nation, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here, bro. If you can hear me.
Hey, man, what's going on, bro? We haven't heard from you at all. You've been here in the background, chilling, listening. What's on your mind, bro?
I just been really listening, and I'm such a huge Mitch fan.
You don't want to show.
Like I say, there is no replacing him. We all know that he's elite because you know what I mean. There's getting people who are good and other things like that, but it's elite. But I just think that we have to sit back and wait and try to understand what does the organization prioritize. None of us really don't know that yet. So this is just, you know what I mean? It's just speculation at this point. Because to me, we have to find that out. And then secondly, I just believe that at certain stages, we have to get players in more so that fit Mike Brown's system as opposed to having certain players to try to adapt to what his system is. So I just think that we just have to prioritize certain growth. And the youth has to, you know what I mean? Has to play at one point. They have to grow up. Because if you don't prioritize development with the way the new CBA is, you will fail. At certain points, you will fail. And I believe we're at that stage that, hey, if we don't get certain things out of this young youth because of the money factors, that we will fall to the side just like every other team all the other 7 or 8 before us that have not repeated, or you know what I mean, or have just fallen by the wayside. What's the name? We need that growth. And I think that, to me, that growth has to be prioritized over a certain amount of wins. So if we're thinking, hey, we need to be a 60, 70 win team, no. We need to be a team that if we can get into the 6, into, you know what I mean, into the 6 point, but have that much development from our youth, I think that will serve us going forward. But from this point, like I say, Ron, I'm traveling, so I'm gonna just be a little quiet and listen in the back. All right.
I hear you, brother. Thank you for
Can I
rocking with
ask?
us.
Can I ask him a question? Nick Nation, just piggybacking off of what you said, I'm in total agreement. And this is one of the things why I brought up about the starting lineup, the starting 5. I mean, we're so top heavy that, you know, most of our cap, that's where it's spent. You know, we have elite guys at each position. Whereas if you look at a lot of teams, they might have 3 high-praised stars, but then they have maybe 1 or 2 spots that are filled by, you know, a person that's just good at what he does, be it rebounding, be it defense or whatever. But they don't have 5 guys that are making $30, $40 million a year. You know what I'm saying? And I just think that is something with the salary caps and the fear of the second apron is something that we just can't maintain and then expect to keep a player like Mitch who deserves starter type minutes. You know, to me, Mitch should be a starter. I mean, the reason why he's so valuable is he brings what we can't get for no other player. I mean, Karl Anthony Towns makes $60 million a year, but he can't give us what Mitch gives us. You know what I mean? Whoa. So that's why Mitch is very valuable to this team. That's why he will be missed by this team. So it's because of the things that he brings us. No, I mean, I just think that we're top heavy. I just think that we have too much money invested in our starting 5, where most teams, like I said, they'll have 3 high-paid stars, and then a couple of roles, a couple of spots will be filled by somebody that's a specialist.
I think every team in the NBA would love to have 5 guys locked up that we got locked up right now.
100%. We have
the only reason
we are defining what should it look like, Double A.
The only reason the other teams don't spend as much is because they got guys on rookie contracts still starting and contributing.
Right.
That's the only reason.
Can I jump in on
this? I mean, is that smart or is that bad?
Jump in, brother. Jump in.
I mean, look at San Antonio, bro. You know what I mean? They got a second-year guard playing in the finals.
Yeah, what do they got?
Okay, so you know, players
8 years straight to do it.
Players can ball. What I'm saying, regardless, he was a draft pick. Regardless.
Right. You have a good
point.
But
I'm saying you cannot longer put that tag on a player that because he's a rookie or a second-year player that he can't be a starter on a winning team.
Thank you. So I want to jump into this point. Right now, the World Cup is going on, and there is no sport in the world that is more high stakes, more high money involved than soccer. All right. And how do you see football teams, soccer teams replenish themselves? They have a self-replenishing stable of young players that they internally develop and grow. That's how they have their assets. And they let 18-year-old kids play in the World Cup. You just had Lamine Yamal, who's Moroccan, for Spain, make a World Cup goal. I'm sure they didn't want to. Lamine Yamal from Spain is a Moroccan player.
Well, no, he's more concerned. He was asking you if you're Moroccan.
Oh, I'm Moroccan, yes. So
I'm look, we know. Because the other day I said Moroccos, and you were like, Moroccans?
my whole spiel is that the whole point of the thesis, the blueprint of what we're talking about, we already did this year. People are only thinking about the last couple stretch of the season because we won, obviously. But in this season, we had a full-blown youth movement where we developed kids, and we ended up winning a championship at the end of it. December, January, we had an amazing stretch of Diawara breaking out. Kolek was in December the highest plus-minus in the NBA. He had a higher plus-minus than Wemby and Cade, plus 94 in December, because he had that amazing stretch of NBA Cup, the Pacers game, and the Christmas Day game, right? So within this season, we had that while we won, okay? And to me, you have to look at how are we going to be a long-term sustainable contender? Because for me, the fundamental question is, let's say we go into the second apron. All right, let's say we go into the second apron. The only way it's worth it in my mind is if you guarantee me we win a championship. If you guarantee me 100% that we win a championship by going into the second apron. Because otherwise, it's a massive gamble. And you can't tell me it's not a gamble, because if you don't win, then you're in a terrible position. You have no way to make yourself better. Look at the Cavaliers. The Cavaliers is not a position that
no one can guarantee that.
Nobody can guarantee that.
Well,
even though Boston won, they had to blow up their whole team. We have an amazing core.
Let me say this too, because
Miami, who was in like the 12th seed and came all the way anyway, guys.
No, you're right. No, I mean that's an example. No, you're right.
Yeah.
Let me just say this real quick. This is one of those things. I mean, the Knicks fans that are on a cloud nine and don't want to think about this stuff, you'll be happy with this. But it's also, I want us to all look at this for what it is, because this is important. I don't think. See, we really don't hone in on everything. We look at things in specific, but this is very important right here. This is, to me, that's why I love you guys. When you're talking, as you're talking, you're making me think of stuff. My brain's working, and I'm like, oh, you know what? I didn't think of that. But you guys spur this for me.
Like our best players are our third best. Is the third highest paid.
No, that's not what you spurred. No.
no, not at all.
No, this is what you guys made me think of. First off, I was thinking this earlier. This is something we all have to understand and respect and really relish in. We keep talking, and I told you, we talk about this every single year. Orlando's going to be better. Detroit's going to be better. Indiana's going to be better. Everybody's worried about everybody else. Nobody's worried about the Knicks. Well, guess what? We are NBA champions. So now all those other teams, how do we fight the Knicks? How do we stop them? Because that's important. How do you stop the Knicks?
Be real, Ron. Are they worried about us, or are they worried about the Thunder in San Antonio?
They're always going to be worried about them, because the West is a monster. But the problem is, what people are not getting is this Knicks team could be thrown in the West and cook it over there too. This is a really good. And hold on, this is one more thing I have to say, because this is the most important thing.
Not if we lose Mitch.
Well. We don't know. We don't know. Hey, no one thought we were going to be this good with Cat. Knowing how Cat plays, he don't play defense. He doesn't do this. He doesn't do that. How could we be this good with Cat? Next thing you know, we're winning the championship. You gotta let it play out.
Better than Cat, bro.
But what I wanted to say real quick is that we're all talking about, you know what, we won a championship. How can this Knicks team get better so that we can have a sustained, another sustained year of winning? But here's the thing that nobody's thinking about. Do you guys think that maybe we already are better? Do you guys think about the fact that we were one team going into the first playoff series versus Atlanta, and then after going 2-1, when we went on that stretch of 17 games, we locked in and became the best version of ourselves? So we now just locked into that. So are we already a better team? Because we might be going into next year. I know about the Mitch thing. That kind of deflates us a little bit. But my whole thought is we might already be the team that we need to be going into next year. Because it's a small sample size. What we did in the playoffs was historic, but it's only like 17 games that we went on that tear. When you think of the grand scheme of things. So we got more time to see what this team can do.
I really want to jump in, because some people are satisfied with winning 1 year, and I'm not. I actually think this upcoming year is more important. It's more important because every team is game planning for us. It doesn't matter what the lol Knicks and Knicks are bad. That is definitively over. That is the past. The future now is every team is right now. Right now, every team is sitting in a lab. How can we beat the Knicks? How can we ruin Jalen Brunson's mind? How can we torture Cat? How can we fuck up OG's shot? How can we stop Mikal Bridges from
I was thinking they were saying, how can we mess up OG's shot? But continue.
Every single team in the NBA right now has the biggest target in the world on our back. They are game planning how to beat us. And that's why when you're the underdog and you win, okay, that's one thing. But when everyone is game planning for you and you still win, even maybe some big pieces lose.
The refs.
Well, my whole thing is that we have something to prove this year, and I think we're going to prove it. To me, it's more important because we're not the underdogs anymore. We're the overdogs. People know we're coming. It's not a surprise. People are going to know that we're going to come back on them, and we're still going to win. I believe so. And I think it's more important that we defend that mantle with people planning to beat us, and we adapt and evolve and beat them. And that's why in the CBA era, you have to evolve and adapt and grow in order to win. I think that if you look at the draft, the floor of the NBA rose. A lot of bad teams got better. It's going to be harder to just beat a bad team in the future. It's not something for us to worry about, but a lot of good teams got better, and the floor, the worst teams got better. So we need to evolve and adapt.
Yeah. Hey, Tori.
Hey, good people. How's everybody today?
Great, Tori.
Great.
Always good.
Are
You see how
y'all?
happy we are?
Because I promise
Hello,
you.
Tori.
Hi, Jay. I'm y'all real quiet while y'all letting AA get away with all this slander on this panel. What is going on up here? He is
Coach
the
is
capital Debbie Downer. Like this dude. What you need a dog? You scared, bro? You need a dog.
Hey, I let him know a couple times.
Yeah, he threw up in his mouth a couple times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
and that's not cool, dude. You know what I'm saying? If you don't like my comments, that's all right. I don't like your comments, it's all right. But you don't have to like do these little smart ass slanders like you threw up in your mouth. I didn't say Mitch was better than
I threw up in my mouth.
I'm not talking. I'm talking about the coach, honey.
It's a gesture.
I was saying that Mitch brings stuff that Cat doesn't bring. Physicality wise, Mitch was our physicality. He was our physical center. That's what I was saying. But then you said, "Oh, he's better." I'm gonna throw up in my mouth.
Cool, you said you want to trade a starter.
Yo, I would.
Like you want to trade him.
I would.
That's what I was throwing up in my mouth about.
So what?
Look, the bottom line here is, which I'm still going crazy. I'm still going crazy over the fact that we have so much. We got
people
so
that
much.
don't know basketball.
We have so much going back and forth.
Yeah,
and
sure
we just won the championship. I don't get it. I don't get it.
A lot of
I get we want to stay here. And I'm gonna get to you, Tori. I'm gonna let you cook because I know you've been waiting to say this. And I see you, Wiz. My bad. I know, Wiz. I got you. This today. This Knick fan base is wild, y'all. We won the championship and we going at it. Like I love it. Anyway, it's shout out. Oh, by the way, also shout out the brief intermission. Shout out to the 181 people that are watching. Please smash the like button. Show your love for we are on the road to 10K. I don't know if y'all know that. You know why you don't know it? Because you don't see the ticker. There you go. Smash that like button, baby. We on the road to 10K. We out here. And thank you for all the time and showing love. Shout out to the new people that are watching. Yes, I know y'all might be saying, damn, man, I tuned in. The Knicks just won the championship. I was ready to hear fellow Knicks fans, being happy. I know we're going at it, but this is the Knicks fam. That's why you see so much passion. That's why you see people standing on poles and taking garbage cans and getting fired from their jobs. Because we wild, yo. We wild. Okay, we're good. All right. I just wanted to say that I think this is a good time. Let's look at it for the positives. Let's be constructive with what we think going forward that this Knicks team needs to think about and continue to do to be good going forward. But let's still be happy, y'all. It's been 53 years. Some of y'all are like, you know what? I'm sick of this team, man. Every year it's the same thing. And then we finally won. And now we still going at it.
That's why I'm saying
crazy.
Let's relax.
That is crazy. And that's the crazy part. We literally are 2 weeks out of winning the first championship we won in 53 years, bro. And nobody is celebrating. Like right now, everybody is up here trading the team away.
I am
complaining about starters who actually had great showings in the finals. Like cat slander at this point is egregiously. It's literally egregious.
How many points he had in Game 5?
It doesn't matter how many points he had in Game 5. In Games 1 and 2, he shut Wemby down, and then the officials took him out of that game because they couldn't have a 13-year vet or however long Cat been in the league out showing who they want to be the face of the league. So they made sure to keep him out of the rest of those games, and he still had double-digit rebounds, and he still had a defensive showing against that man. So saying that he only had 2 points in one game that they won doesn't even matter because the rest of that series he dominated that
Hold
man.
on, everybody. Let Tori cook.
So letting that so having cat slander at this point is just egregious. That lets me know that there's an agenda that you're not really watching basketball because you're a Knicks. You just don't like cat. That's egregious.
You don't even know who I am, lady. So don't
I
say
don't need to
what
know
I
who
am.
you are.
No, you
But
do.
I can
If you want
listen to your
tell me
tape
who I
and
am.
explain. I can listen. You could cut me
All right.
off and you could tell me I don't know who you are, and you
right.
can get
You
mad
gotta
about
calm
my
down.
my interpretation
Blah, blah, blah.
of your take. But what you are saying is egregious. And if you watch basketball, you know better than to say the things that you're saying because they're not they're egregious. They're just not true. You
Maybe if
can't
you
watch the
watch basketball,
games. I watch plenty of basketball.
you would have saw that once the Spurs coach put Johnson on Cat, which is Cat kryptonite. You put a smaller player on Cat, a small physical player on Cat, he's done. That's why he was done in games 3, 4, and 5.
That's not true.
He didn't have.
That's not true.
He didn't.
Thank
He
you.
didn't
That's
have.
not true.
Hold on, everybody. We got 10
Everybody's not
people
gonna
up
score.
here.
No, it's not true.
Hold on.
It's
We
not
got
true.
10 people up here. Hold on. Everybody calm
A lot
down.
of Debbie
We got
Downers
10
up in
people
here.
Listen, hold on. Wait.
Too many whiners up in here.
I don't want to mute everybody's mic. Hold on. Let's calm down. There's a lot of this. We got a lot going on. All I'm gonna say.
Some of that.
You got it, Marcus Blackman Sr. Salute to you. Appreciate you for being up first time on the panel. Thank you.
No doubt.
But let me just say this real quick. A lot of what has happened is what we don't understand, and the Knicks themselves, the players are starting to come out and say it. We haven't heard of a lot of it, but I just started hearing it. A lot of people are praising Cat for the fact that the Knicks won this championship. I'm talking about the players because he decided to change his game in order to facilitate what took place. Everybody knows the contributions that Jalen Brunson has made, the closer, all that, the big shots, the willing us to certain victories. But Cat's ability to say, I'm not going to be all about myself and worry about scoring. I'm just going to do whatever you guys need was the big difference. It didn't happen until after game 3 versus the Hawks. But once it happened, and that's why I'm saying, like, I understand what Double A is saying, how you put a smaller guy, physical player into Cat's chest, it makes it difficult for him. I get it. But Cat also was not fighting that because Cat was in essence, Cat was almost acting like a decoy a little bit to allow other guys to get off, for OG to cook, for Jalen to cook. He just decided to do whatever the guys needed, and he focused on defense. That's the reason why he started playing better defense. He didn't have to worry about offense as much. He said, I'm going to focus on rebounding and playing better defense. And listen, if that meant that Cat was going to be out of position more, because the part of the reason with Cat not getting rebounds is because he was out of position. You know, Cat is one of the best rebounders in the league. So if you don't see him getting rebounds, it's for a reason. I just want to throw that out there. I'm not contradicting anybody's take. I just want us to all understand that Cat made a sacrifice. And the players are saying it. I'm not making it up. They're coming out and they're saying it. So I just want to put that out there. That's it. So I'm gonna get back to you, Tori.
Championship with Cat.
I'm gonna get back to Tori, but I want to let Mr. Marcus Blackman Sr. have some words, and then I want to get to Wiz because Wiz has been here and hasn't been able to say anything.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Marcus Blackman, hey, what's going on, brother?
Yeah, what's good, my brother? Thanks for having me. I'm being real brief. We've got a lot of people here, so I'm just surprised by the reaction and the negativity.
Hold on. One second. Let me just say this too, as a disclaimer, guys. Look, we can all have a difference of opinion. We all may not respect each other's opinions because it may be a little off-centered for what you may feel, but let's all have respect for each other. We don't need name calling, none of that. Just you may disagree. Hey, I disagree with your opinion. Let me tell you why. And let's leave it at that, because as soon as that starts happening, people get sensitive and it turns into something else. I don't want to be up here managing adults. So you know what I mean? So let's keep it going. Oh, wait 1 second too, Marcus. Let me just get to these 2 super chats real quick because I know they were waiting. NYC B-Ball. Appreciate you. Here's to 53 years. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate you. And shout out to David Smith, who definitely wanted me to read this one. Cat had a historic playoff run, plus 258 NBA playoff record, 56.7 from the field, 47.3 from three, 90.9 from the free throws, and 70.1 true shooting percentage. Average 18 points per game, 10.6 rebounds, and 5.2 assists in the playoffs this year. Those stats can't be ignored, David. So I appreciate that. I'm gonna rock with you on that. That's fair. Okay, I get it.
Cat fan.
You never would have guessed. All right. All right. Marcus, go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, man, I'm just wondering why everybody jumping on Cat after we won a championship. He actually played well in the early part of the series, so I'm not understanding that at all. I think like the main focus should be on whether we're gonna bring back Big Mitch or not. That should be the talk, really, because I mean, when you win, you shouldn't even be talking about all this and that about next season. We the champs, man. Everybody got to come from us, but we should be more focused on trying to repeat, you know. But I think a lot of the negativity is part of what New York fans are about, Knicks fans are about. We've been like really, you know, betrayed over the years, but right now we're the champs, so we should celebrate it more. That's just my opinion.
I mean, I think you're right in that. We look. There's a way for us to think about what this team can do going forward. How do we stay here? This, and that's fair. Look, this feeling is something people have waited 53 years to get, and some people really have waited 53 years to get back here. It's a long time, y'all. And so the fact that this feeling feels good, sometimes you don't want to. Hey, man, this feels great. I don't want this to stop. This is about time. And the fact that we finally got here, we need to stay here. I get it. But all I'm saying, let's continue to enjoy that we did get here. It took a lot to get here. We finally here. Let's enjoy this. Why do we? Because I guarantee you 100% right now, guys, you look at the last 7 NBA champions, none of the fans are went crazy the way we're going crazy about our team, worrying about, hey, how do we stay here the way we're doing it? Because we're New York. It's different. But I get it.
Have to wait for 3 years, I think.
Listen, Durant already said we're gonna wait another 53 years. So why are we even thinking about next year? That's it. It's over.
Yeah, let's celebrate it, man.
Durant had to join a team that beat him in order to get his ship. So I get
it. You see what I did there? That was content creator speak right there. So I twisted y'all to Durant. Let's get off everybody else. Let me put you on Durant.
And Kevin Durant is a rocked up scrub that is the first round. So I'm not worried about Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant want to join us anyway.
Right.
He's a kid into a team.
Right.
So I'm not worried about Kevin Durant.
Right.
You can help with Kevin Durant.
I hear you, brother. And you know what? That's the right way to look at it. Let's not worry about something that don't matter. Kevin Durant's opinions, you guys know I can't stand him, so I'm not even going to waste any more time talking about him.
Washed up scrub, and he did brush his hair.
Right. I like that. Right. Yeah. Let me do this. Let me change this real quick. How y'all feel about this guy? Huh? What are we talking about here?
I'm excited for him.
This is a very nice young draft pick. Yes, there's still some work to be done on the defensive end. He's a decent hustle type defender, but he's got some fundamentals that need to be worked on. But Tyler Nickel, 13.5 points in college, 33.3 rebounds, 1.2 assists, 0.2 steals, 0.1 blocks. But here we go. 44% from the field, 40% from three, 84% from free throw line, a solid knock it down, catch and shoot shooter, the type of guy that this Knicks team may really need. I don't know if we're going to rely on him yet. It all depends on what happens with Landry Shamet, but we may have to.
One thing is he's 6'6", his wingspan is 6'8".
Oh, well, that's not what they put. See that? You see, I got to tell you, man.
6'8" in the draft.
But even 6'6" is a good height. Even 6'6" is. 6'6" is Landry Shamet. Yeah.
No. Landry Shamet's 6'4". He's 6'6" with a longer wingspan.
Really? Because they got Landry Shamet taller too.
Look. Landry Shamet is 6'4". He's sometimes listed as 6'5". He's 6'4", and he also does not have very long arms. So
let me call. Hold on, because you talking crazy about my guy. Let me call Landry right now. Hold on.
This is not a personal thing. He can do
sorry. All right. So you don't want me to call him? Okay, I'll put my phone away. You got
it. Call him up. You might go. On the phone also.
I like that.
Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. If Mitch leaves, Can we keep Shamit then?
No guarantee, bro. Because Shamit has priced himself into the point where he could either get 7 million or he could get 10 million. Like it's tough to know about
There's also
Shamit.
another thing about Shamit that people don't want to talk about, but he did miss 31 games this season with injury. Again, people are going to label me a critic. I'm telling you, he played good games for us in the finals. He was helpful for us for getting there. $8 million for a guy that's missing 31 games of the season and goes cold. You have to wonder if it's worth it. We don't have the assets. You need Knicks fans like me.
Why did he miss 31 games?
Mitch is getting hurt too, though. Big Mitch gets hurt.
I'll tell you why. He missed 31 games because he has a chronically dislocated shoulder that he did not rehabilitate surgically, which means that there's a likelihood of it happening again. It happened twice with him as a Knick.
This is true, but you can't just say, you can't assume that because he does have that he won't be usable. He showed that he'll be usable, and he played through. He took a couple bumps though in the playoffs. He got hit a couple times. He was on the ground, and
I'm not saying that he's not a usable piece, but now we're talking about going from 3 million to 8 million.
I don't know why is James Dolan being cheap though? He owns the Rangers, the Knicks. Like, damn, man, if you in the business of winning, spend the money, man.
Well,
you're making it anyway. He charged $250,000 for the floor, 11,000 in the nosebleeds, and you out here being cheap, man. Sell the team gonna be like that, bro.
It's not about the money, bro.
That's some cheap ass.
He doesn't even fully own the Knicks.
Hold on.
Pay the money. If you gotta pay.
You came in late. But we had Fritz here from the NBA Economy Show, and he spoke about the second apron. I don't know if we're here for that.
I know about the second apron. I did content on it.
But them penalties, bro. Them penalties is crazy, bro.
Yeah, but he making money though. That's like a rich man crying. That man's making money.
It's not about the taxes.
He can pay everybody, bro.
It's not about the money though, Marcus. It's about
Knicks are making money though. It is about money. He said he's not going to do it.
No, the penalties. I'm not talking about the tax penalties. I'm talking about not being able to use exemptions. The Knicks stay using exemptions to make moves.
Yeah, but you got to bring the team back, man. Man, you got to bring the team back at least another year, bro.
Not necessarily.
I think we're making a lot of assumptions.
Otherwise, what are we doing, man? Like, what are we doing, man? Come on.
I think we're making a lot of assumptions.
That's why Steinbrenner was the best owner in New York, bro. He paid, bro. He wasn't cheap.
Because there's no salary cap in baseball.
Penalties, bro.
I think in this moment, we're making a lot of assumptions about what's going to happen, and none of us know. When have you ever heard Leon stand up and have a press conference about what they had going on behind the scenes?
Never.
You just got to be patient and wait it out. We don't know what they have to do.
James Dolan's a clown.
I agree. I'm not a James Dolan fan, but James Dolan isn't the one working things out. James Dolan is the one cutting the checks. So at the end of the day, you got to give Leon and them a chance to see what they could do. If we lose Mitch, I'm going to be devastated. And I get it. I would blame Leon.
Dolan gets the final say. He signs the checks.
I understand that he signs the checks, but he's not the one that's making the move to make the stuff happen. So what I'm saying is, before we get all up in arms about what's happening or what's not happening, how about you take a breath and wait a second to see what they can actually do? You didn't hear anybody from the Knicks organization say anything about not signing anyone. You heard not
Dolan said it. Dolan said it.
Dolan said
I'm not
he wasn't going into the second.
Dolan said I'm not going.
Oh my God, yo! I
said it already.
Wait, hold on, everybody.
You gotta pay attention.
We got 10 people up here.
Sound like you're not paying attention.
What I'm saying is, you don't know what they have going on in the office. Period. Whether they have enough money, whether they don't.
He said he's not going over.
Jesus Christ.
That's all you need
it's
to
like
know.
talking to a brick wall.
Yeah, that's all you know. He said he's not going over.
Yeah,
all right, so I mean, just go home and cry in your pillow.
Wait a minute.
Leon Rose don't have no power.
Wait a minute. I'm not gonna do 10 people up here no more. This is too crazy because y'all, we can't talk all over each other and still have a good show. What I'm gonna say is, Dolan did. I went to Marcus's point. Dolan said he's not going into the second apron. That doesn't mean don't sign anybody. If you can sign, if you could bring back Mitch and not go into the second apron, by all means. But that doesn't mean he doesn't want to sign anybody. He's saying I'm not going into the second apron. That is what it is.
That's what he said. He
But
bought that GTA.
not because of
GTA
money.
got signed.
What's up, D-Rex? I got to get to Wiz, man, but go ahead.
I think we should do the hand raising if it's going to be 20 people on the panel.
It's tough. Yeah.
But to be specific, there was two things that we do know concretely. One is that Dolan didn't just say that he's not going to the second apron. He said it's, quote, suicidal to go into the second apron, which I think is actually correct for the franchise. I feel gross agreeing with Dolan, but what's the advantage?
My whole thing, and the only thing that I've said earlier, because we don't have a lot to go off of, there's not many teams that have won a championship and gone into the second apron the next year. The only team that we can really look at right now, because remember, back when Golden State was winning, they didn't have a second apron. This came after that. So the only team is Boston, and Boston is in trouble. They put themselves in a box, and now they're trying to get out of it by trading Jaylen Brown.
And had to trade everybody else after that, Ron.
They went through an entire season with only Namias Keita as their center after having Al Horford and Porzingis. They couldn't pay those guys to the second apron.
Yeah, they let their guy. That's part of the reason why they couldn't repeat too, because they had to get rid of Porzingis, they had to get rid of Holiday, and Horford, because they couldn't keep these people. But
they didn't want to pay. They could do it, but they don't want to pay it.
Look, Marcus, you keep making about the money. The money is irrelevant. The money is irrelevant. You keep making about the money. The money is not.
It is about the money. You can pay these guys.
Okay, all right, hold on. Let me say this, Marcus. If they pay these guys, and somebody gets hurt, what do you do? Because you can't make a trade. You understand what I'm saying?
Later, man. You got to bring the team back.
You can't worry about it later, because if you go over the apron, someone gets hurt. You can't, because you go in the apron, make these moves, because
you let Mitch go. It's a wrap.
No one can't sign. Injured next season. Mitch has been injured.
You can't debate with someone that's not listening.
All right. Listen, it is what it is. All right, let me move on. Wiz, you with us?
Hey, cheap ass. You spend the damn money.
Wiz, you there, Wiz?
Spend the money. Stop being cheap.
Okay, you can spend the money.
I guess y'all said today is the day that listen, Ron doesn't have a lot of hair, but whatever he's got, I want that to go away. Y'all just said it is what it is today.
I'm just keeping it real, man. And y'all gotta stop whining. Y'all act like net fans. Y'all act like net fans.
You're talking about.
I know what I'm talking about.
Hey, Marcus, bet me money right now.
You're not
He can do it.
Marcus,
Mark Cuban would have did it. Mark Cuban was a winner.
Bet me money right now.
Mark Cuban was about winning.
I know, Ron Mills. I know, brother. I know.
He had to do a TV show.
Bet me $1,000. Mitch isn't getting injured next
season. That man making money. He charging $250,000.
Let me ask you something, Marcus. Do you want to talk about anything else other than this? Because I gotta move on.
I'm just going with the flow here, man.
I need to move on.
That's on you, man. Hey, it's your show, bro.
All right, bro. All right. So let me ask y'all, how do y'all feel about the rookies we got? We got Jack Kayil, or how the hell you say it, Kayil, and we Kayil, is that it? And we also got Tyler Nickel. How do you guys feel about, after knowing that obviously we didn't draft anybody in the first round, we moved those picks, and we got some second round talent? How do you guys feel about these two guys? You guys want to weigh in on that at all? Because that's part of the show today.
They all unproven.
Oh, of course, but as far as what they could bring to the team,
we don't know.
Where they gonna play? Where they gonna play?
They don't count on the draft to shore up the roster. I mean,
no, definitely not.
Can't evaluate.
If one of these guys, like Nickel, can show he can make shots, and make timely threes, kind of like Shamet did, then he might have a rotation spot on this team, because he is that good of a shooter. He's shown it in college. The catch and shoot, coming off screen.
I was thinking that, Coach. They might have been thinking about him.
Our coach, Mike Brown, already showed this year with Mo. See, this is one of the other reasons why we signed Mo Diawara to a multi-year contract, because our coach this year obviously saw something in Mo, because he actually leapfrogged all our past rookies from the year before and got playing time. He even started early in the year. Mike Brown trusted the talent and ability of Mo Diawara to give him a real look. So there's something about him that I think even Mike Brown signed off on to the front office. Like, hey, man, I want to give this kid in his second year some more run because I think he can provide something for us. So Mike Brown has shown, even back with Sacramento, that he's willing, especially early in the season, to give a lot of young guys some run to see what they can do. And that's where I think a kid, especially like this nickel kid, might show, wow, man, this kid's hitting some open threes. Because if you look at his highlights, I mean, he wasn't only hitting threes, he was hitting like 30-footers, like they were middies, you know?
Yeah.
And that's the talent, man. You can't, it's hard to teach.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree.
Go ahead, D. Go ahead,
I think
D-Rex.
the other guy might be a draft and staff situation.
Yeah, I'm iffy on him. But I like some of his talent.
Yeah, I do too.
Right, but the other kid is a shooter, pure shooter.
Right.
Go ahead,
When it
D-Rex.
comes to Tyler Nickel, I've done the homework. As the residential, young player advocate, I've done.
You are their representative. Continue.
You
You're the
definitely
official
are.
lawyer of the young players. I've done the homework on all of them. So Tyler Nickel actually is a really interesting candidate. He is very similar to Shamit. He's not so good defensively. His other skills, whatever, are a little bit in question. But he's taller than Shamit. He has a longer wingspan. And he shot 40% at high volume for 3 years in college. So it's not like he had one good year. He's shooting like 4 to 7 threes a game for 3 years, shooting 40% in all of those years.
Yep, 3 straight years.
The volume is there, and the mechanics are there. I mean, he has an NBA bankable skill.
Yeah, he's a real shooter. He's a real shooter.
Many people said he might be. I even had him on my draft board later on. People said he might be the best shooter in the draft. So I think that's a guy that, what do you need him to do? You need him to come and hit shots. That's what he's going to do. If he shows you anything else, great. But if you need spacing, there you go. On a budget, you're not going to get much better than that. You're not.
Right.
If he can't do anything else, though, at least he hits shots.
Right.
I mean,
So it has to be a question of what else can he do? Can he maybe develop other skills? Maybe he could be more of a mid-range shooter than Shamit was. Shamit was not the best mid-range shooter. You could talk about these things. Obviously, he's not a finished product, but if you have a 1,000,000.7 40% three-point shooter off your bench at 6'6", that's a really good thing to have. That's a really good thing to have. And the CBA was designed to break up teams like the Golden State Warriors, and in order to overcome that, you need to get creative and hit on draft picks. That's the reality, and that's why I'm such a play the kids guy, because you need to turn the unrealized value of your young players into realized value. That should be a big part of this season. As far as Jack Kayil, so he's 6'3", he's a little bit taller. His numbers don't jump off the page, but what people have told me is that all the end of shot clock heaves for that team, which was a competitive team that won in that league, he got all their end of shot clock heaves. So his numbers don't jump off the page. But if you actually look, he did hit a lot of tough shots. He can handle the ball. For me, I would like to see his defense more. I saw a little bit, mixed messaging that he's a good defender. He gets lost off ball, whatever. He's young, but people are saying maybe he's a replacement for Deuce. I don't know. What I like is we need bigger guards. I don't think we need any more guards on this roster, but a 6'4", 6'5" guard that could play a little defense,
6'5", I like.
Secondary playmaker kind of guy. We could really use a guy like that.
Yeah, I think the thing about Kayil,
ain't that Bridges?
Yes, but not really. And also, what about the bench?
Yeah, you need something like that coming off of the bench.
In the finals, I wanted to play more Diawara more in the finals. I felt like we should have used him more. Like I feel like we should have used him in the finals because he would have dropped like 15, 20 a game, and he played good defensively. And we'd probably been like, if we would have put him in, I think we'd have blew the Spurs out.
I mean, Knicks connection.
Yeah, I mean, maybe and maybe not, but we still won the finals without it. So, like,
no, but to his point,
we build them up for the next year.
The last time we played the Spurs in the regular season, Mo Diawara was our highest plus minus, I believe. He broke a record for shooting threes. He didn't hit all of them, but the spacing that he offered was part of why we beat them.
Right. Exactly. He tests the basket. He has no fear, and he can keep up with the younger pace. And that's what we need. We need to go younger. We could keep up with these the people that's playing now, because I noticed the league is getting real younger
and
Yeah.
taller.
It's true. There's truth.
I mean, yeah.
I think that the thing about Kayil, however you want to say it, I'm gonna figure that out. But I like the kid. What I like about him, and you know, who knows what happens with him if he's a draft and stash or if he plays most of the league, most of the year in the G League or something like that, is that he does have like he's fire. He's got some fire in his belly. You know, he's a spunky kind of player, and he can get after it on defense. He's a bad shot maker, but as you know, he's also a bad shot taker. What they basically said about him, which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. He's put himself in positions for shots not to be. He's taking worse shots than he needs to, right? But he's hitting them. But I've seen that before. I saw that with a player back in the day that the Nets drafted. I think his name was Terrence Williams. Terrence Williams was in college, was a bucket, explosive, could hit all types of wild shots and stuff. Came into the Nets and flamed out. So, like, you know,
but
so
that's the Nets.
But the difference,
yeah, I hear you.
The difference is that this guy played in a league with grown men, overseas, competitive, and earned his minutes. It wasn't just given to him because he was a high draft pick or whatever.
Right.
And they won.
Yeah, that's fair. I can agree with that's fair. Yeah. So that's a good point. So I mean, we'll see what happens. I will say the Knicks have two things that are going to be very interesting to watch. First off, if they don't sign Landry Shamet, don't be surprised if Nickel gets some playing time here and there, some moments to show what he can do, because they may need him. Because, you know, we are cash strapped. We don't have a bunch of shooting coming off the bench, especially with Jordan Clarkson most likely not coming back. Right. So, and as much as we like Alvarado is not, he's a streaky shooter. He has his moments, but you're not looking to him to be your 3-point shot maker off the bench. So, yeah, we may see Nickel. And then I don't know what's going to happen with Kayil, but that's still something that we'll watch. What we do hope is that Mo Diawara takes that next step and becomes a good offensive threat coming off the bench, because it would be nice to have that. And I think if he can lock in and learn how to, you know, take a step forward, he'll be a more consistent and better option for us overall than Jordan Clarkson. But we'll see where it goes. So
what about Bacom Dadier? Why we didn't never use him?
Who?
Bacom Dadier.
No, I'm just messing with you. I'm just mad at Pacome, bro. I'm so mad at Pacome because Pacome has the stuff.
The potential. He has the potential.
He has the stuff, man. But he don't. Pacome is like, y'all don't get it, man. I know a lot of y'all Yankee fans. Met fans get it. Pacome is like, who's our third baseman, Jay?
Who's our third baseman right now?
Who plays first, plays second?
The lefty, not Vientos, Beatty.
No, not Vientos, the other dude. Why am I forgetting his name?
Beatty. Oh, you're talking about
for the Mets.
Yes, Pacome Dottie is like Brett Beatty. Beatty has killed it in the minor leagues. Every time he comes up to play in the show, he's quiet. It's sleepy time, yo. He's Ramiro Mendoza. That was a little Yankee joke. Y'all get it because he always looks sleepy in the face. Anyway,
because they never used him, and I feel like he's young and he got a huge upside too to him.
It's not about necessarily just using someone. It's about making the most of your opportunity. What Pacome did is he started to get in high favor that even Mike Brown and the coaching staff started to look at him a little differently, because in practice, at one point, he was becoming the Knicks' best three-point shooter. And every time they did practice, he was knocking it down better than everybody else. But when they give him a little opportunity in game moments in the NBA, he's not aggressive, or his shot is not on the way you would like to be on. It's a little, Pacome is one of those he needs to. Don't get me wrong. Pacome is one of those he needs to play every day and get a certain number of minutes. That's where you get the best out of him. Problem is the Knicks have so many different players that they can choose from, and you want to figure out how to give people minutes. You can't really afford to give Pacome Diawara 10 to 15 minutes to get right. You need other guys on this team that need to play. So that's the tough part. Go ahead, young player, lawyer.
Summer League.
Right. So first of all, Summer League will be a big determination.
Right.
Here. Mm-hmm. Second of all, if you actually look this season, he did take a leap this year in the G League. People will say it doesn't matter, but you can't diminish it. He was the best scorer of all the young Knicks in the G League towards the end of the season. He put up several consecutive 20-point games, which became several consecutive 30-point games. So, for one thing, people are he's a bust. He's 20 years old. He's younger than most
20. Yeah.
Diawara and Diawara, it also is baffling to me that people act like they're opposite prospects. They come from the same youth pipeline in Paris, which should say something to you that if they liked what they saw in Pacome, that's a reason why they would draft from the same team. They both played in Paris basketball as youth in Paris, in the same team. They're from the same training background, everything. So they've been teammates for 10 years, and you could say, oh, he's Kevin Knox and this and that. He's already better than Kevin Knox. And he's been taking a leap, and there have been flashes in the regular season when he would come, for example, against the Nuggets, he came in, he was 4 of 4 from 3. So for me, it's one thing I don't like. Yes, you can hold him to a standard and this and that, but when he comes and he plays good in the G League, he has his little minutes in the NBA, and you still say he's thinking. I mean, you have to be a little bit fair when he does play well and say, is it a superstar performance? No, but it's an opportunity, chicken and the egg. You could also be fair. Look, I'm a huge advocate of Diawara. Towards the end of the season, he wasn't hitting his threes. He needs to fix that. He needs to get better. He had an amazing stretch, but towards the end of the season, he was not hitting his threes, and they were actually going with Pacome over him.
So wait, but what would you say is the big? So I'm gonna tell you what I think is the big difference. What do you think is the big difference between Pacome and Diawara?
Floor.
I see what you're saying, but I'm thinking more of just in game.
Defense.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The defense.
Yeah. And plus, I think Mo Diawara is a better ball handler.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna. My bad. I'm giving y'all an open-ended question. I'm thinking mindset.
They say he's a great on-ball defender too.
So apparently Pacome is too, but you're not really seeing it as much. I think the big difference between those two players.
Ain't there room for both of them though to shine?
There is, but the issue is it's aggression. Aggression is the big difference between Diawara and Pacome Diawara, in my opinion, because they can both get the same amount of minutes. It's about what you do with those minutes and how you look to the coaching staff when you're out there. One thing we've seen with Diawara, he ain't shy. Like he was in the beginning, but as he's gotten more playing time, my man will let it fly. He'll take a gamble. Diawara is giving you that, because in order to be good in this league, you got to have all of the right intangibles, the right pieces. You got to learn, you got to study, you got to know how the systems work, but you also got to be willing to do it. And my man Diawara is willing to do it.
Yeah, he doesn't hesitate. That's what's good about it.
But you also need playing time, Ron.
Oh no,
you need playing
100%. Time. But remember when Diawara first got here, he got 45 seconds. He got 1 minute. Remember, we were looking at his game thing: 1 minute here, 2 minutes here, 3 minutes.
Well, that's also not entirely accurate because we started him in the Abu Dhabi Summer League, and Mike Brown made a whole big thing. They both got a little starting option, but again, this is something that I feel like is a little bit unfair because if you look at the starting lineup that Pacome was in Abu Dhabi, he was starting with Yabusele and Malcolm Brogdon. That was his starting lineup that he played with.
So are you trying to tell me that if you're trying to say that you're a young 19-year-old, because at that point he was probably 19, and you have good talent on the defensive and the offensive side, that you can't get busy on a lineup with Brogdon and Yabusele?
Well, one is a retiree and one is a statue. So
but that's what I'm saying. You should be able to cook. That's my point. If you get the ball, you should be able to cook.
But I think it was a coaching decision because they already knew the asset they had in Pacome and what he can do a little bit. But since Brogdon and Yabusele were new, they wanted to see what they can do.
Yeah, of course. 100%. That's a good point, Coach.
Also,
Good
because
point.
people forget, one of our best players, Tyler Kolek, had a terrible summer league last season. Everybody forgot because he had a great season. One of our best players in the summer league last season was Pacome. In the same game that Tyler Kolek was terrible against the Pistons, Pacome was good. So
look.
I'm not saying he's an amazing old player, but it's not fair.
No, but I want you to go back to my. I know you, and this a lot of people don't even know this. What I'm saying, what I'm trying to tell you is, I'm not questioning Pacome's talent. I'm telling you that he hasn't showed his talent on the big stage as of yet. We've seen flashes, but in order to get more playing time, you got to show more so that the coach says, you know what, tonight I need more minutes from this guy. And if he does more tonight, next night I'm gonna give him more minutes or the same minutes to continue to show that. That's the reason why. And like, even if you don't watch baseball, the Brett Beatty thing was a big comparison because Brett Beatty wasn't good in the minor leagues. Brett Beatty was killing it in the minor leagues. Every time the Mets have him, they bring him up. Now he's been up, but my point is, every time they bring him up, they send him back down. He kills it down there. He comes back up, he stinks. He goes back down, he kills it. He comes back up, he stinks. So I'm just trying to say, I need Pacome to show me that he's ready for this stage. Maybe it's about the NBA game. That's all I'm trying to say.
I'm gonna compare something that you just said. So you asked me who the third baseman was, and we're talking about Diawara, right? What the Mets did to Brett Beatty ruined him. Okay, because they would let him come up. He would do all right for a little while, but they also wanted Vientos to do all right. So then they would trade him back. If he didn't do well, they would put him back in the minors and they'd bring up Vientos.
Right.
And then Vientos would play for a little while. That's kind of like Diawara coming out for 1 or 2 minutes and not being able to burn, because who could burn in 1 or 2 minutes?
That's
and they
fair.
getting putting back on the side and putting somebody back in. And then you bring him back out there and you're expecting this young man, who's a young man for real, who is being traded in for by another guy that he may be better than, to cook on 5 minutes total. It's almost impossible. So I think it's not just about how good he is or how bad he is. I think that they did something to this kid by not giving him, like, out of all the people, he got the least amount of minutes.
Right. Look, the only thing I want to say,
like,
is that
why? And I think that was like kind of, there was, if there was no space, or if there was some space, they could have gave him some burn.
Right.
During the year. I'm saying during the
that,
year. And you obviously don't play him during the playoffs if he wasn't playing during the year.
Right. Hold on. I got a bunch of super chats that I need to get to, but I did want to say the other thing too is, but doesn't that point to the fact that what I'm saying is, like, you got to show the coaching staff that you're aggressive and that you go get it. Look, and this is another good example, and y'all can't say that I'm wrong here, because this makes a lot of sense, and especially you, D-Rex. You know that there's a guy on this team that we may or may not bring back that is iffy defensively. Sometimes he had some great moments in the playoffs, but I always say he's the best worst defender. He's hit some big threes, but Mike Brown loves him, and that's Landry Shamet, because Shamet is a dog. Like, his mentality, he may not look like it, but he's like, he's getting your face. He got that thing.
Oh, in the highlights, I seen him knock a few people down.
Yes, because that's what Mike Brown likes.
He really clocked Fox one time.
And that is what I'm saying. Like, I think Pacome Diawara has got that European thing where he's just a little passive right now. Can he get out of that? Yeah.
But how can that be? Because Wemby is from the same, and they play dirty over there.
Yeah,
but everybody's different. Everybody's different.
Captain Flopper.
Yeah, but who's the guy that we used to have? Ntilikina. You remember when Ntilikina came into the league? Like a soft behind the ears, breath smelling like Similac. Then all of a sudden they started trying to punk him, and then LeBron tried to get in his face, and then Ntilikina was going at him. You know what I mean? Like, at some point you could learn how to be more aggressive and get some backbone. Pacom just
And-
needs to get that. That's all I'm saying. He needs
But,
to get
but,
it.
but you gotta look at the age too, Ron. I mean,
Right.
he was 19.
Yeah, but
years
you know
old.
what? But in fairness, and I'm done. Let me get to these super chats. In fairness, if anybody should be able to get it and the light should come on, it should be Pacom. Your boys on the team. You watching Diawara do it. They should both be doing it. Like Pacom, this is what I thought, guys. And I'm not going to lie to you. I said this before a while ago, if you pay attention to me. I said that I thought the Knicks window was going to be 3 years. And I thought after that, those 3 years, once the contract started to get too crazy, the Knicks were going to make a business move and start letting people go, the Josh Harts of the world. And I thought like guys like Pacom Dadier, Tyler Kolek, and then we didn't have Diawara when I said this, but now that Diawara is here, I thought those are the guys that would take over. You'd still have OG, you might still have Bridges, but they'd start mixing in these people, and that's how you continue to keep it going.
I said that earlier and got crucified.
No, because you're saying it now.
You're
saying it now. I'm talking about years down the line, not now.
I'm only saying it because we're hurting for money. That's all.
No, I hear you.
And obviously, if we trade a quality starter type guy, we're gonna get more back. Then why ain't we signing Mitch?
I think what he means is we're up against the wall with the cap.
Yes,
which
is true.
That's what I'm saying. It gives us some flexibility.
How many teams have 5 veterans locked into long-term contracts that are as good?
You say that, Coach, but you forget a couple of them have player options that they can opt out next year.
Only not a couple. This one,
but they're not. The thing is,
the only one with a player option.
And he's not opting out. He wants to be here.
Josh
he likes it
team
here.
Option.
We have to remember we have $21 million and 7 players. $21 million and seven players to fill.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Because Hart is going to be up.
Well, now it's 11 million with 4 players.
So it's Hart and Cat are going to be up, right?
Yeah, 2
Am
years.
I correct?
Right.
Next year.
Technically, it's Hart, Cat, and Brunson.
No,
next year.
3 years, Ron. Look it up.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
let me bring up
Brunson. Brunson is 3 years.
Okay, cool. All right, hold on.
But Hart and Cat can go next year.
No, in 2 years, it's 2 years. Technically, it's
2 years.
Calendar a year, but technically it's 2 years. The Cat's second year from counting.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, the 2028-29 is the player option for Brunson. My bad. I don't know why I thought it was next year. Okay.
And
thank you.
Is the team option.
Gotcha. Good. Okay, cool. All right. So then it's just hard. I mean, that even makes me feel like I was worried thinking of something else and nobody corrected me early. Y'all should have corrected. But anyway.
I was trying to.
Well, there was no room for it, Ron. There was no room for it.
I know, I get it. So I'm not feeling worried at all. We're only talking about 2 guys, Cat and Hart. We can figure something out. I think the Knicks are more willing to fix. That's what I'm trying to say, and what Fritz was trying to say. It's not that the Knicks won't do stuff and that they're not willing to figure something out. They just don't really want to figure it out with these guys. They want to figure it out with the Harts, the Brunsons, the Cats, those dudes. They want to figure it out. That's the thing. But hey, all right, let me read these super chats. Y'all know what it is. Shout out to Real Ice Mike. Thank you for the generous super chat. Said Tory 100% Cat was cooking Wimpy first 2 games, and Silver couldn't have that happen to his golden goose. Cat was absolutely draped by Spurs defenders after every single call going against him. I mean, I'm going to say I agree with you, but not for the same reason. I don't think it had anything to do with the face of Wemby and all that. The bottom line is the NBA wants money. They make a tons of revenue, TV revenue, all that stuff from each game, and they wanted to extend the series as much as they can. Plus, you guys know the NBA has been hurting because they've been criticized so much for the decisions. So anything that's good for the NBA that brings ratings and viewership, which this has been the most since 2008, I believe, something like that, they were trying to get their money's worth out of all of this. So shout out to you, though. Thank you for the generous super chat once again. Thank you. He says Dolan losing his on Spear in Vegas place is hemorrhaging, and that's why he's trying to cost cut. I don't doubt that James Dolan is being a savvy business person, but that really has nothing to do with the other stuff that we're concerned with as far as what happens if something else happens. But the bottom line, here's another thing that we said this earlier. Do you guys want Mitchell Robinson to say, you know what? I know I'm worth this. Let me take 13, 14 million and come back to stay with the Knicks for another 3-4 years. And then by the 3-4 years, I'm declining and getting worse, and I may be getting hurt even more and never get another big contract. When my time is now, and I could get 18 to 20 million dollars out there to support my family for the next few. You gotta let Mitch eat. Yo, I hear it. Mitch has been with us 7 years.
He deserves
it. One of the best things that we do as a Knicks organization is if we don't bring them guys back, we get them bags.
They get bags. It's fair that they get a bag, yo.
Right. So as much
I know what other people are saying. Like if he deserves the bag, but let us be the one to give him the bag. I get it, but look, I get it.
My favorite Knick a couple years ago was iHeart.
Isaiah. Yeah,
I liked him a lot, but his play priced him out of. We couldn't keep him.
Right.
We couldn't pay him $28 million like OKC could have. That's the same with Mitch. It's the same thing with Mitch right now.
And coach,
we all want Mitch. We all love Mitch, but because of his value, he priced himself out of our comfort. Like you just can't.
And you know what? That's actually a great story because we all thought, even me, losing Isaiah Hartenstein was the end of the world. But even without him, we went and won a championship.
Can I ask you a question, Ron? Saying that, okay, we know that although Mitch is going to get a bag and probably get more money from another team, that other team is going to expect a lot more than the Knicks are expecting from him right now. Can Mitch consider that? Right now, the Knicks, okay, they can maybe pay me $14 million, or about $3-4 million less than another team, but the other team I'm going to, they're going to expect me to start. They're going to expect me to pay 30 minutes, 35 minutes. Am I going to be able to do that? Am I going to be able to fulfill that?
I've heard.
You know what I'm saying? Where I could stay with the Knicks, and I don't know if this possible. Can the Knicks give him an escalating contract? You know, where his highest payout is at the end of it. Start low, where we can afford him this year, and doesn't start escalating.
Yeah, they can do it. You can only go up 8% each year.
Okay. Thank you, Coach. Yeah, that's the problem. There's limitations on everything now. So that's the issue. But
I want to in this one because it's a conversation that I've heard a lot. That like, oh, the situation for Mitch is so good and so ideal here, which it is. But the flip side is like, if he's going to make $5 million more, then he'll deal with the difficult situation, whatever it is, wherever he's going, because it's much more than just having a nice situation here, you know.
And the other thing too, guys, I do want to say that a little bit of money, like when you go through certain things, you say, hey, if the Knicks can give me say 14 million and this team can give me 17 million, you might say to yourself, 3 more million to go somewhere else that's unknown with a different support system, you know, is that enough? You know, is to make that change. It may not be, but what I've learned listening to these NBA players, even Jose Alvarado talking about it, and someone else brought it up, and they had a really good example of what NBA money really looks like. I don't know if it was Rashard McCants or somebody, but they talked about it, what you think NBA money really is. And by the time you get it, and then after Uncle Sam takes their part, and then after you pay your bills and pay your family's bills and what you have left over, and if you're not doing smart investing, it really goes away quick. So you gotta get your money when you can.
You gotta relocate and uproot your family too. That's a biggie, man.
The thing is, we're assuming this is a Knicks decision.
Right.
Mitchell Robinson hasn't gone on in the media and said, I want the Knicks to sign me back.
If anything, he says he wants to explore free agency.
This is Mitch wanting to explain. He wants to test the market himself.
Right.
So why are we putting this all on the Knicks? That's what I've had a problem in all this. And this is one of the least things that's been said on every content creator's thing. Everyone's putting this all on Dolan and Rose of the Knicks. Oh, we're not re-signing Mitch. No, Mitch is testing the free agency market.
Thank you.
Like,
Why
are we blaming this on the Knicks? Like Mitch has
Right.
his part in this too. Like,
Which is fair.
Mitch literally started his answer with, "I don't know.
We'll see
Maybe
what happens.
We'll see." Literally started his answer.
Mitch's agent almost certainly told him to say that because that's his due diligence. He has to test the market. He's 27. He's had how many injuries in his life? He's played 51% of possible games. I'm not saying this to diminish Mitch, but if you're Mitchell Robinson, you're 27, you know you only have so many good years ahead of you. When else is he going to get it back? He just won a championship.
Right.
You want to take a pay cut when he just won a ring? It's crazy.
Right. And then
he has a great life that he loves with his horses and the land and stuff like that. And he loves his family and the things that he likes. Let him get, if he gets a bag elsewhere, it'd be great. If he does what he does for us, it'd be great. But I really think right now, all jokes aside, we're jumping the gun because wait till July. Let's see what happens. We really don't know a damn thing yet, except that we got these 2 kids from the second round and a bunch of second rounders. After that, right now, that's all. We should be celebrating on a pink cloud, on cloud 9, and the same way that you cried, and I don't know if you two cried, but I know Coach did, and I did. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm still right there. Right, I cried so damn much it was ridiculous. I don't even know if I can anymore.
Every time I rewatch the reactions, I get teared up.
Right, right. Me too. And I keep posting it like OG's tipping. The reaction from the I was with. Can I say it?
Yeah, of course.
You okay with that? I was with Ron when we won the championship, and it was hugs and high fives and oh my gods, and we were and John, and it was amazing, and we had the best time ever. And I want to be there. I want to be right there. I know we have to have these talks. I know that, like, in order to have a show, we can't keep regurgitating that, and I get it, but we should do a little bit more of that because the fact of the matter is we just won a championship. And I know that we don't want to lose so-and-so, we don't want to lose so-and-so, but we are going to lose so-and-so. And whatever they did, thank them for it. If they were
if you look at last year, because this is the other thing.
That's all I gotta say. I'm gonna bounce.
All right, the market.
God bless you guys.
I love you, bro.
We're
Appreciate
champions.
you, Jay.
We're champions. We're champions, man. We're champs, man.
The market's gonna dictate, like, the rest of the league. They're smart about what to offer people. Okay, and the thing is, last year, guys like Kobe White, got Josh Giddey, all these guys, and who else was it? I forget who the other. Cam Thomas for the Nets. These guys went into free agency, think they were going to get this bag, and they didn't even get half of what they thought they were going to get. Like, so that might happen because of the apron. Like, Mitch might get priced out. Like, he might only get offered 12, 14, 15 million to another team. And then that's where the Knicks come in and be like, they look to see what he's getting offered. Look, we'll offer you this. We'll give you some more longevity. We'll give you more money on the back end, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's bad business. The Knicks just recklessly say, oh, here you go. Here's 18 million, Mitch, because our fans are going to get mad and we're going to go in the second apron when the rest of the team, the rest of the league might not pay that much for him. So we have to do the smart thing as an organization and let Mitch look at what he can get, and then we'll look at the situation after that.
I do want to say that in this situation, the leverage is not really symmetrical because some of the teams that we're talking about here with cap space, like the Lakers and the Nets, really need an upgrade at the center position and really need defense. And the point is, look, again, I would do almost anything to retain Mitch. He is, when it comes to offensive rebounding, almost irreplaceable. However, we're talking about going into the second apron for arguably the two most injury-prone players on the roster. These are guys that are not available all the time.
Right.
And if you go into the second apron and they get injured, then you lose. You have no way of winning. You can't do anything.
Yeah.
So you really have to think about these in a dollars and cents. You have to take your heart completely out of it. From a pure dollars and cents point of view, I've done the homework. Let me clearly say this. I want Mitch to stay here, but he's played 51% of games he's been available for. We've had whole seasons just Mitch watching from the bench, and he can't hit a free throw and all this other stuff. I want him here. Let me be clear. But now we're talking about,
but at the right price.
That's what I was going to say. Is that if we're going to pay him more, he has to be better for us, right?
But remember that wasn't Mitch's call. That was the team staff call. But I'll keep going. Sorry.
I mean, you're right. But I'm saying, like, in last year, we played most of the season without Mitch, if I recall. We had a struggle at the center position because he got injured. He didn't play back-to-backs this year. I want him back. Let me be clear. But if we're talking about paying him more, he has to be more available and more productive, which is not going to be for us. For another team, let's say Lakers, is he going to be better than DeAndre Ayton in his sleep? I mean, it's not even a question. For the Nets, I mean, of course it's an upgrade.
Well, as far as the Lakers, Luka is looking for somebody to pick and roll with, a big man. And I don't think they're looking at Mitch's hands as somebody that can consistently provide that.
When the bar is DeAndre Ayton, bro, Mitch is a galaxy better than him. 10,000 times better. It's not even fair.
Listen, it's tough. We're going to see what happens. I do think that both Mitch and Shamet are going to test the free agent market. And I think both Mitch and Shamet will come back to the Knicks, say, look, this is what we got. What can y'all do? And if y'all can't do anything, appreciate y'all, love y'all. I'll catch y'all on the next one. Like, that's what it's going to be.
They deserve more.
I think once we sign Jose Alvarado and we sign Diawara, we're in good shape. We're starting to be in good shape as far as our bench. I mean, these are two guys that can contribute to our bench next year and maybe possibly replace, because Jose gives us a more complete backup for Brunson, defensively running the team,
right?
So I'm happy he's back. And then Diawara, I mean, he gives us a big that's smart, that can defend, that can shoot. He's all around. He plays both. So I think we're over worried about as far as our bench. I mean, if it was one of our starters who were looking to re-sign, maybe we could really be, in DEFCON 4. But we're talking about our bench.
Look,
and that's
and the reality is, Mitch played 19 to 20 minutes at the most last season.
Not even, by the way.
And he played even less in the playoffs.
But hold on, let's not forget he played less in the playoffs. Not because he couldn't play, but because Cat was playing so well.
It's because Hacker Mitch.
Yes.
Yeah.
That had something to do with honestly, it. I got it.
He would have played even less if the refs weren't calling some suspect call, like Cat got in foul trouble. Otherwise, he probably would have played even less.
That could be true. Listen, Cat. The bottom line here is the Knicks are in a position of having a superstar in Jalen Brunson, a star/superstar in Cat, depending on what Cat you need, right? And a budding star in OG Anunoby. Not a lot of teams have that. The Knicks do.
I'm going to cut you off right there. We have the best starting five in the NBA.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Agreed.
For the next
100%.
year needs to respect us that way. We are the champs. We won. You can't take that away from us. We are the measure. We are the standard from now on. But the choice is, do you want to retain two injury-prone players off your bench, or do you want to retain your starting five?
Yeah. I think for the Knicks' first thing that they have to do is keep the core around. And the core is really the starting five. There was one time where we said the core was the starting five plus Deuce. But unfortunately, as things can move along, you have to make some tough decisions. And here's another thing that we're not even really talking about. We're talking about Deuce in the fact of, moving forward and getting better. But here's the other thing. Like, if we want to see the best out of Tyler Kolek, can we afford to keep Deuce around? Because you're re-signing Alvarado for another, and he's shown that he can be a backup point guard, right? And even play with JB. So you got Tyler Kolek still waiting in the wing. At some point, you got to let Tyler Kolek play. And if Deuce is here, I'm sorry, like there's only so many minutes to go around.
Exactly.
And so I think Tyler Kolek deserves a shot. I love Deuce. You guys know Josh Hart and Deuce are my favorite players on the team.
But you're gonna play. You're gonna play Kolek over Alvarado.
No. I'm gonna play Kolek over Deuce. That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
I don't think
Alvarado
there's even. I don't even think there's room for Deuce if you look at it, because if
There was
JB
room
plays
last year.
30, if JB, because they were playing him as small forward sometimes. They were playing a guard at power forward, and they were playing a guard as shooting guard. Shamet was different. It's typically a swing guy, right? Yeah. But they were playing him as small forward to give. They were
using Shamet and Clarkson and kind of like a third guard / wing
right,
role.
But what I'm saying is, look at it like this: be under the impression
with that.
Right, be under the impression that Mike Brown is going to do the same thing next year. It's just he's going to flip guys in and out. He's changing guys out. So if Clarkson is gone, Diawara might get those minutes. So that just same thing, right? If Shamet is gone, then Kolek might get more minutes. And if Kolek is not giving them the shooting that they need, because it's not just about Kolek's ball handling and his defense, it's also about shots. If he's not knocking down shots, they're gonna have to get scoring from somewhere else, because you're
gonna play 6'4" Kolek as small forward and shooting guard and stuff.
No. You flip things around. I'm not saying that.
Because that's what Shamet was playing. That's what me and Coach was saying. That's what Shamet was playing, the role he was playing. So if Kolek is taking over Shamet's spot, that's what he's gonna have. That's where he's gonna get his minutes: small forward / shooting guard.
But I'm not saying that specifically. I'm saying the one thing about Mike Brown's offense and the team is that now that they bought in, you can see he can go tons of different directions with it. That now going to the thing that we thought was blasphemy. You're never going to play two small guards in the backcourt. And we saw how that can work, with Alvarado and Brunson. So you just don't know how he would flip things around. Go ahead, D-Rex.
So we saw that the dual initiator lineup was very valuable against the Spurs. Kolek gave us that blueprint in the regular season, and in the finals, we saw that when you have two ball handlers on the court, they can't just load up on Brunson and make him miserable. That was a big adjustment that won the finals, basically, at the end of the day. So ball handling depth, you can never have enough of. Even Tibbs.
But who filled that spot? D-Rex.
Let me just get
Well, hold on. Well, I'm gonna let you keep going, D-Rex, because I know you've already said this. I'm just basically saying what you've said before. Alvarado filled it in the playoffs, especially versus the Spurs. They messed around with, they tried it worked, and then they tried it again in the last game. It didn't work as good when they did it in early. But the point is, he was willing to try it and do it. But they also did it before, and that D-Rex brought it up. They did it in the NBA Cup with Tyler Kolek. So they've done it before, and it worked because Tyler Kolek was a big part of us winning the NBA Cup. He played well in that game versus the Spurs.
He was playing guard next to Brunson.
Yeah,
but if he's going to take Shamet's spot, he's going to have to play shooting guard. And
I don't mean him taking Shamet's spot specifically. I mean getting some of what Shamet's minutes would have been, not his spot, just more minutes.
So
his minutes were a shooting guard and small forward is what I'm saying.
Right, but remember, one more second, D-Rex. Remember, like, you're also changing up the dynamic of your team. If we're already saying we're switching from Clarkson to a Diawara for example, that changes something big. Now you may not need as much size because Diawara is 6'9". So now you don't worry about 6'5" Clarkson in there or whatever he is. I think he's 6'5", right? Yeah. So something like that. You don't need necessarily a Shamet at certain position because now you got Diawara playing wherever he's playing. He could be at a certain spot, and his flexibility on defense to be able to be quicker and move around gives the Knicks something better to work with. It's so much tinkering that you can do with a lineup when you have different body types and stuff. Go ahead, Coach.
And I'm gonna get back to this. But one of the things that we're all talking ourselves kind of into, and what proves the point is the thing about a bench, because we haven't had a person to step up. Like, it's hard to name a core past the starting five. Like, technically, Mitch this year was the only bench guy that 100% when he came in, he did his job and did what was expected of him. Everyone else on that bench, it was a game-by-game basis. That's what's great about a coach like Mike Brown, where before when Tibbs was here, he had this set rotation on his little notepad that no matter what was going on in the game, he stuck with that. Whereas with Mike Brown, say he brings in Alvarado first and he just doesn't have it going, Mike Brown's not afraid to take him out and put Clarkson in and have him try it. If he's not getting it going, he brings Shaman in and vice versa. That's something that it's hard for rookie. That's what's one of the bonuses to having a 2 or 3 vets on your bench that can get their number called one game and maybe not play in 2 or 3 games. Like someone like Clarkson and guys like that. Like, they may not have it this game, but all of a sudden, next game, they got this short memory like it's nothing, you know, and you can't always count on rookies for that. And I just want to push back on the whole same thing with what Dork was saying. It's what you can't win the lotto, right, unless you play. Okay. So when we have rookies like young players like Dottier and Diawara, like, what's great about Diawara and Dottier right now is they have this prototypical what the rest of the league has, that 6'8", 6'9", 6'10" jumbo wing that has a lot of other skills like running the floor, they can shoot threes. We could never know if they can do that on a consistent basis unless they play more minutes. So I think because the Knicks front office has seen how good the starters are, we can afford at the beginning of this season coming up, we've bought ourselves enough time here to where we can let and give Mo Diawara, give Dottier, and some of these other young guys some run for a minute, because now we have 2 lottery tickets in those 2 that if just one of those 2 hit, it's the jackpot. So, and that's like, we didn't know that Shaman can do that 2 years ago. He was on the team 2 years ago and Tibbs didn't play him.
Mm-hmm.
He was also hurt, too. But this year, Mike Brown played him, and he showed what he can do with extended minutes. This is something that's been happening to the Knicks for a while. There's some players in the league or some players that are just built differently where they need an extended amount of minutes to get going, or they need a certain amount of if you're going to stay in, like, you get this comfortability. Like, that's how Precious was for us. Like, when he was here, like Precious, when you just threw him in a couple of minutes here and there, he looked like a hot mess. But the games that he knew he was starting and he had a bigger role in that game, and he knew he had the comfortability where he wasn't just going to be yanked out, he played better. He averaged double-doubles for us.
Oh, yeah.
So some players, So what I'm saying is maybe Mo Diawara, if he gets that longer leash, and Dottier, because look, you got to understand, we're going to be throwing them out there, not with a bunch of other scrubs. Like, they're going to be out there with the NBA champions. So they're going to be playing in the mix with other elite players. So
that gives you confidence, don't it, Coach?
Right, exactly. Like, and it gives someone like Dot, because even now when Dottier comes in this year, it's not like he's coming in with 3 other starters. He's been coming in when there's a bunch of other backups in too and stuff. But when some of them guys come in meaningful minutes, with all the other starters, they probably have a lot more confidence. They're less in their head. They know they have more room to kind of take chances, So that's what I'm hoping is the corner we're turning this year with those two players in particular.
Look, this is the reason why I've been such a young player advocate, is because I think it's not even me, it's the CBA mandates you have some kind of system and pipeline to generate your own talent to get better, because then you don't need to rely on other teams or maybe a veteran minimum guy that's maybe on a decline. You don't know what you're going to get. If you can just make your own bench and grow your own bench, then you can compete, you can contend, and you can have access to it. Like, look at Kayil Ware, right? Kayil Ware was drafted in the same class as Pacom Dadier. He did not immediately succeed. He struggled at first, but they played him through it, and eventually he was a valuable enough piece to get a Giannis. He was a big part of that deal. It's a very good player right now. We would love that Kayil Ware right now. Let's be honest. Kayil Ware would make – we would beat instantly with Kayil Ware. Not that he's so good, but he's very productive. So,
what about that first round pick that the Wizards, the son of the Wizards drafted a year before last, Asar?
He's pretty good also. He's pretty damn good also. He's
but now they got Davis. They got Davis, right?
Well, Davis is
Davis going to be playing the 4 though.
Okay.
Look, the point that I wanted to make is that, first of all, even Tibbs, who hated rookies, found minutes for Kolek, and the reason is, this is something that people don't know, but if you do the homework, small guards are actually one of the most injury-prone positions in the NBA. Ankle injuries are the most common injury in the NBA, and those small guards that move around and pivot and stuff all the time, they have very high rates of injury. So, for example, people think, we can't find minutes. Jose Alvarado, by the way, has a very long injury history. Last season, we were lucky that he played as many games. This season, we're lucky he played as many games as he did. He played like 56 games in a season, like twice in his career or more than that. So what happens if Jose Alvarado gets injured? Now you have one ball handler, Jalen Brunson. That's obviously not sufficient. You need multiple ball handlers. That's obvious. And also, Mike Brown loves his ball handler. He loves his guards.
Yeah.
So maybe he'll run a 3-guard lineup.
No, that's true. That's true. Hold on. Well, I got 2 more super chats that I didn't get to. Hold on one second. Shout out to Paris Duggar. Thanks for the generous super chat. He said, Dolan translation, I'm not going into the second apron for Mitch and Shamit. Get rid of the Deadwood, Deuce, Dadier, Huck, etc., and go get mid-level gems available. Man, I don't know if he's saying that. It's still to be determined what's happening. But I hear you. Okay. Shout out to Jamrock always. Thanks for the generous super chat. Says Ron Pacom is Kevin Knox, young and low motor. The thing, I don't want to say that yet either. I know it could look like that, but Kevin Knox had plenty of opportunities. So he's different. He went and he went to other places and still did the same thing in other places. So you could truly say he's who he is.
Yeah, we gave Knox a lot of minutes.
Yeah. Pacom hasn't had those opportunities yet, and he's still only 20 years old. Look, I mean, at some point, though, that 20 years, the age thing is going to catch up. Look, he ain't going to be 20 forever.
That's a fair point, but Kevin Knox played like 1,000 minutes in his first year.
Yeah. No, he played actually in his first iteration. When we started, he was kind of serviceable. He was still kind of soft, but and low motor, but he had moments. I mean, he had great summer league moments. He had good G League moments, but he had some good NBA moments with the Knicks when we had a wild team.
High scoring games.
Yeah, he had some moments. So I'm I know what Kevin Knox is, but I'll give him a little love because he actually showed certain things at certain times, which is why he got opportunities with other teams. They saw some potential with him because he had moments. But it is what it is. I appreciate you, Jamrock. Thank you.
In a perfect world, a roster like the Knicks have, you hope that someone hits like a Dadier or Diawara in the background. So when in a year or two from now, when someone like Josh Hart or someone he's like 33, he still wants to be there. He's still a contributor, but his responsibilities, go down a little bit. And then maybe that's when someone like Josh Hart kind of goes, to the bench a little bit. And then someone like Mo D or Dottie get, they play themselves into the mix, That's like the dream. That's what
that's the ideal. Like Dark said, that's why you have to develop. I'm big on developing at the same time as you're winning, because with the cap and the way it's going to be, that's how you're going to have to replenish your team. You no longer can go out and shop and sign 5 free agents, or sign a big free agent every year. You're going to have some homegrown talent to mix in there, and I think the Knicks are on their way.
That's such an important thing.
I think they're in the way
for the Knicks as an organization to do, because it makes us better forever, permanently. If we can develop this pipeline that can turn a raw person into a real NBA player that we actually use or somebody would want to trade for, we're permanently contenders if we do that one thing. And that's why I said the real goal of this season should be to turn unrealized value into realized value. We drafted a lot of talented players. They're unrealized value. Can we get the most out of them? If we get a better version of Diawara, I mean, look how good he was already for us in his rookie year. Yet, and I'm the young player guy. All the old heads who said the young player should never play, they took one look at Diawara and they're like, forget it. This kid, forget it. They didn't even argue with me about him because he's just so obviously good and so obviously a player we need. And if you can get even more from him in his second year,
only 20.
Yeah, he's 20 years old.
Yeah.
There's not even an argument. Nobody's going to sit here and say, "Oh, he shouldn't play. He's too young."
And you know what? A lot of fans. I came on the show the last couple of days. I've been on podcasts and I've been arguing with people because, people are jumping on Dolan. He's cheap. They're cursing him out, calling him names, man. It's like the guy didn't just spend money and give us a championship. And at the same time, they're forgetting, man, this man is still paying Tibbs. And, they're saying Rose is a genius. Rose has help, man. And Wesley and Brock Eller, these guys are not working for peanuts. So there's a lot of money and stuff, moving parts involved in a team's salary and the money they're spending. And one thing you can't say about James Dolan is that he hasn't spent money on his team over the years. He's made some bad mistake, but a lot of people forget the man who told him to hire Isaiah Thomas was Magic Johnson, and he thought listening to Magic was going to, smart business, and Isaiah just wasn't the right guy, and I think that's been Dolan's problem. And now, they want to say, okay, man, stay out of it, but bro, it's his money, it's his team. He knows. We can't be in the guy's pockets. He knows what's going on with his team and what's what. He knows what they can do. And what you guys smartly have came up with is what those fans too that are thinking emotionally about bringing back Mitch and all that. They're not thinking about the issues if we go into the second apron, how that handcuffs us, in making moves and replacing players and things like that. So that was my whole thing, man. I came in with that feeling, man, that a lot of fans are being very disrespectful to Mr. Dolan. And I've been a Knicks fan since 1969. I'm 67 years old, man, and I've waited so long for this. It came so close in 94 and 99, and it was just a tease. The 90s was just a tease with Patrick and all them. But, it's unbelievable. You can't believe we did it. We did it. And I just would like to maintain that. I don't want to come off as a negative guy.
I hear you.
You know what I'm saying? But I see where, we're not going to be able to maintain, having 5 guys making 35, 40 million a year.
And you may be right. But we have a better chance of maintaining it now by not going into the second apron. Because that will be a different story. But
look at OKC, right? Like, for all the Knicks fans that are huge draft people and young player people, like fans that want the Knicks to build that way, the old traditional way or whatever. Look what OKC's having to do right now. They scramble and they've gotten rid of 2 or 3 pieces that were huge rotation pieces in their championship team from 2 years ago. Aaron Wiggins was a huge part of their rotation 2 years ago. Isaiah Joe was kind of a part of their rotation this year, and he was a big part of their championship team's rotation. But when they invested the amount that they invested in those 3 top guys, you're going to see now these other backups they have, the Case and Wallaces, and like they can't keep the guys they drafted. They look what they just did. They just signed iHeart to $20-something million a year. Okay, they're over the apron, second apron right now because of all this.
Well, the thing is that OKC already has this pipeline we're talking about developed already. They've built this infrastructure that even if they lost all their best players tomorrow, they could replenish.
They acquired their best player, though. Think about it.
They did acquire SGA.
SGA was acquired.
Coach, let's have a real conversation here, because we're not going to sit here and say that OKC, when it comes to drafting and developing, is not a little bit further ahead than the Knicks. Doesn't mean they're a better team. No, but that infrastructure, they're a little bit better than us.
But they had to play in the gutter. They had to play in the gutter for a few years.
Yeah. Which gave them higher picks, Coach, right?
Yeah.
And you got the higher picks, you're going to get better players.
And right. If you look, they threw the bag at Chet and Jalen Williams, and that's the chance you take. Because look what happened now. Jalen Williams got hurt, and then he came back and tried to play, and he wasn't available. Chet disappeared against Wemby in that series. So now,
that's why they drafted that. That's why they drafted that 7th
pick. Throw money at people doesn't guarantee they're going to be great. That's why I'm saying,
right. But my point is that their coach came from the G League. What's his face? Caruso was like a G League guy that had or not Caruso, but a lot of their players were from their G League system that developed upwards. Like Isaiah Hartenstein was a G League champion before he became an NBA champion. They really value that. I'm not saying that makes them better than us, but I'm saying that that's an opportunity we have to become a better organization this year, that we already have a better starting five than them. We do. We won. They didn't win this year. We beat a team that they can't beat. They are right now drafting and thinking, how can we beat the Spurs? They don't know how. That's a team we don't have a problem with, thank God. As soon as we got to the NBA Finals against the Spurs, I knew we won. Honestly, I did. I knew the Spurs would have to move heaven and earth to beat us, and they didn't. My whole point is that is an area of growth for the organization long term. Because you're talking about going to the second apron for 1 year. That's why I'm worried about it, because if it's a gamble, if it doesn't work out, then you're irrelevant again, basically.
And I was going to Rex, I don't think the Knicks even want to do that. Like, we already talked about the whole thing that they may have to do it when it gets to Brunson time, but I don't think they even want to. They don't even want to play around with that, because even OKC, that coach just brought up OKC, the second apron. Technically, they're not in the second apron yet until the season starts. Once it starts, they hit it. But he brought it up. They got rid of Isaiah Joe. They got rid of Aaron Wiggins.
They're shopping Lou Dort. Lou Dort.
Yes, because I was just reading something right now. They got rid of Aaron Wiggins. They got rid of Isaiah Joe. They gave Hartenstein a new 3-year, $75 million contract, which you're saying that's still $25 million per year, but it's less than what he was getting on the other contract that they were giving him. So they saved a little money there and allowed them to drop down.
They didn't draft iHeart. They acquired him.
Oh, no, I know, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
I'm making that as a little addendum to it.
I hear you. Yes. But I'm talking about if like you said, they're trying to trade Luguentz Dort. If they can trade Luguentz Dort, they will be under the second apron. If they can't trade him, they're going to be 11 to 15 million over the second apron. They do not want to be there. So expect Lou Dort to be gone soon, or sooner than later.
And they acquired AJ Mitchell and Jared McCain, who are all new, and Caruso. So if you look at OKC, you're talking about SGA. Really, the only two locked in rotation players they have now are they drafted. Everyone's talking about how amazing OKC is at the draft, but SGA, iHeart, Caruso, AJ Mitchell, and Jared McCain, they all got
trades.
They all got from trades or free agency.
Yeah.
So even the amazing drafting of the Thunder still is counting on 5 pieces to be huge rotation pieces to a championship.
That's true. That's a very good point. That's a very good point.
That shows you like it's not about just the draft. It's just a mix. You know?
There's not one side of it that's just the guarantee to winning. You need both in today's era. You need to be able to find the right pieces and trade for them and get them on a good deal and all this stuff, and also draft. That's the CBA.
But you know what makes it hard, Dork?
We drafted AJ Mitchell, remember?
Right. Yeah.
But what makes it hard, right, Dork, is if you're winning, okay, you're fielding a winning team like we are, you're not going to get high pick selections. So your cream of the crop, your chances of drafting somebody that's eventually going to turn into a starter or a good rotation piece is low. You know what I mean? The Knicks have had less of chances to draft somebody good than the Thunder, because the Thunder have been drafting higher. They've been getting higher draft picks.
Right.
You know?
Also, Sam Presti's like a crook with how he navigates this stuff.
Yeah, and we don't have any money. If the Knicks had money, if the Knicks had a little bit more cap room, right, a little bit more flexibility, they could have easily packaged a couple of those picks, and even in this draft, and said throw in a deuce or something and moved up and got somebody.
And that's what I want. Yeah. I wanted that,
but they don't have that flexibility to do it because they're cash strapped. Right, that apron is right there.
I think there's a misconception on teams. People think there's teams that are getting big guys and doing all this stuff to stop Wemby. There's no player that you're going to be able to draft or sign that's going to stop him offensively. The Knicks have shown the formula to beat Wemby. The formula to beat Wemby is to work his ass so much and make him work on the defensive side so hard that he's too tired in the fourth quarter to make a difference anymore. The Knicks showed that formula.
That's also why the Spurs went and drafted two centers, because they had such a fall off when Luke Cornett came.
Yeah.
What the Spurs are taking a page out of our book, that, man, you know, if we can get by in the first half, keeping it close while we're giving Wemby realistic rest and minutes, he'll be more ready in the second half to, you know, to do what he's got to do in the second half as well. And look, I know we're far removed from Tibbs. I'm not trying to poo on Tibbs while he's gone, but as big of a step as we made this year, it's not like we made roster moves that were so monumental that made us take this next step. I 100% think the next step we made was because our head coach allowed some of these backups to get more run during the season. He didn't run our starters into the ground, and our starters were all rested and healthy enough to have the energy in the second half and the fourth quarter. And that's what the magic wand was for us. Because last year, we got to the Eastern Conference Finals because of talent. Like, we were talented, but we ran out of gas.
And game 6, half our roster was hurt.
Yeah, you know what we were banged up. So interesting is that we did that to the 76ers this year, because Nick Nurse didn't want to expand his rotation after a 7-game series.
He had the Tibbs blueprint. Yeah, he everything out the blueprint, the drop cut, everything. It was a carbon copy of how Tibbs would do things, and that's why it didn't work for Nick Nurse. It's a learning experience for him and his coaching as well.
You gotta have. It's one thing to go 9 or 10 deep, right? And it's not that you have to. It's not that your bench has to be so amazing that they have to score and keep up with the other team. Sometimes it's about keeping things afloat just enough till the cavalry comes back in, and that's all it's about. Sometimes when you're starting 5 and your cavalry, the guys that you run with at the end of the game are so as good as ours are, and it's not just about those 5 playing together talent wise. It's a bump up in level in the trust these 5 have with each other. The trust they have in each other, the chemistry, the camaraderie, they all want each other to eat, all that stuff. There's this communication that's like they just know they're in every game. Like when you know you have that at least as your core, all you need is like the backups to come in and just not mess it up. Just keep us afloat. And if you do something extraordinary, like someone like Alvarado when he had those 8 points and those 2 threes when he came in, that's just a bonus. That's a cherry on top, you know? Like, and that's what's great about having a pool. You need a pool of NBA ready guys on the bench.
Options, versatility.
Options in case one of them don't pan out or they don't have it that night. And that's what was great about the Knicks bench. They had enough options to pull from because, like you said, let's go back to the lotto reference. You have a lot more chance on hitting if you have 5 tickets than if you have 1 ticket. Like if you only count on one or 2 guys on the bench and one of them isn't making shots and you don't bother going to the other guys, then you're limiting yourself. Yeah. That's what was one of the greatest things about Mike Brown. He kept going down the line till one of them hit.
Out Jeremy Sochan and Hook Porty in Game 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you hear the thing too is another thing to know about Mike Brown, because Landry Shamet basically gave the tea on that when he was talking the other day on that podcast. I forgot the name of it.
Old Man in the 3.
Yeah, Old Man in the 3. Thank you. And he mentioned like the whole thing about the switch that they did with the Hawks. It's not something they really worked on too much. Mike Brown said, let's do it. And just went with it. And when it worked, it worked. So that just shows you the type of stuff that Mike Brown is willing to do and say this has a chance to work. And the other thing about Mike Brown is that he will, if something's working, he's not, I said this before, he's not going to break it. Like if it's working, don't break it. Okay, we're going to keep going with it. When it doesn't work, that's when I'll try something different. But he's willing to try something different. And that's the key to us winning a championship and possibly being back next year to go through the whole process again because of that flexibility, being able to say, oh, let's try something different. But here's one thing I wanted to say before we get out of here and I get to everybody's final words and stuff, because we've been rocking for a minute. It's been an interesting show. Very good show. Very fiery, very dynamic. A lot of new faces, a lot of interesting passion. Way to go, Knicks fans. This is tough for me. I honestly feel like I think right now Landry Shamet is more important than Deuce McBride. I would rather us be losing Deuce than have to lose Shamet. And I know it's still a little tough for people because I watch my fellow content creators, I watch analysts, and I watch how they talk about Shamet. I watch D-Rex and stuff. No, but seriously, no, but I watch how Shamet gets looked at. And I still think he's still not quite there because he's not always consistent either. But when he's good, when he's on, he's on. And he makes things happen that you can't take away. Like in the NBA Finals,
he's a threat too.
In the NBA Finals, he shot 30.8% from 3. But even that is a little skewed because in Game 3, he shot 1 for 7 from 3, which was 14%. That broke down his shooting percentage. So, but in the game before that, he shot 42.9. Or is the game after that? Yeah, the game before that, he shot 42.9% from 3. The game before that, he shot 50% from 3. So, but the key that I want to bring up is in that series, he shot 30.8, right? In the series versus Atlanta, he shot 27.3. But then in Philadelphia series, he shot 58% from 3. And then the Cleveland series, he shot 91% from 3. Like that's crazy. And it's not like it was one shot. He was cooking. So
Ron, I know you can finish your thing. Yeah.
No, but my point is the thing that made Shamet seem like so much more important to me, because you guys know I love Shamet. I've been talking about him all the time. But it was the defense that stepped up in the NBA Finals. That he actually started playing really good, solid defense, making it tougher for guys to get to their spots on the court. and get those open looks. You know, there was points where Sham Penning was cooking us as usual, but then something changed and guys started, making it harder for him to get open looks. Sham was one of those people. There was points where even though like Stefan Castle looked great, he had some moments where he was very aggressive and doing some things, and he had that little gather and hop step or whatever that the Euro step that he did looked fantastic. But then there was a certain point where Shamet started to play him better and make him work harder for his shots. And that is something that with Shamet's height as well, being taller than Deuce, I just feel like it's tough to let that go. I think that's important to have.
His defense was an integral part of that Cleveland comeback. His defense on Mitchell. Remember how he was D'ing up Mitchell during
people
that?
brought that up too. Yeah, that's true.
Like, that's where he surprised me. Like, wow, dude, he can actually.
Can I play the cold water guy, counterpoint here guy?
I would expect nothing less.
I am not taking away from him in the Hawks and Cavaliers.
Isn't Shamet part Moroccan?
No, he's
hating
not.
on your own people? I'm just kidding.
No. It would be a different story if he was. I'd be a little bit nicer.
Good.
But look, I'm not saying he didn't play well in those series, but the reason why I'm so adamant about this is because it's open season on Deuce McBride, right? Deuce McBride is terrible. He's expendable. We could get rid of him. We could send him out the door. Shamet was so much better. I've even heard people say, "Oh, well, we can trade Mikal Bridges because Shamet's such a good defender."
No, I'm not doing that.
But that's what I'm saying. There has to be a limit to it. We're like, okay, I played well. Yes, I agree. I'm not denying that. However, you're telling me what? Now he stopped Dylan Harper in the finals?
No, but nobody did. But nobody did.
That's what I'm
saying. We wouldn't be this excited about Shamet if he was making $8 to $10 million. This is what he was supposed to be doing if he was making that. The fact that he was the vet minimum, we're like, whoa, this is amazing.
Right. That being said, also
go ahead, D-Rex. Continue to cook. I'm not trying to sway anybody's opinion about Landry Shamet just because I love him.
I'm not saying that he's some terrible player, but you have to understand, for example, that even though he's taller than Deuce, he has a shorter wingspan. So Deuce McBride has a longer wingspan, and he is just a better defender overall than Shamet is. He's a little bit more tough. A lockdown defender? No, not really. But he is a better defender. Statistically speaking, the statistics, Shamet was a -48 in the finals. Deuce was like a +1 or something. Deuce couldn't hit a shot in the finals. I'm being honest. But, for example, in the Hawks series, Deuce was a +69. Shamet was a -11. And Deuce shot 42% from three, and Shamet shot 27% from three. He couldn't get a shot off. He really struggled under the physical pressure of the Hawks.
He's very streaky. He's a very streaky shooter.
He's a hot and cold guy. If he was like all the time, he would not be making $8 million. He'd be making $15 million or $20 million.
Right. No, 100%. He would be he would look at him totally differently.
Going into the Hawks series, he was in the middle of a cold streak. Into the Hawks series. And there just has to be some level of fairness about it because
I really believe the Knicks are counting on Diawara to step up this year and fill a bigger role. And if you look at it, he's 6'9" and 6'10". He can shoot the three, I think, as good, if not better than Shamet. He's a better defender.
I can't say that yet.
Okay, but he's a good three-point shooter. Let's leave it at that. He can guard bigger players where Shamet can't, okay, which is a plus because we do have a lot of guards, right? So, but Diawara can fill that big guy.
Diawara can guard Jaylen Brown. Shamet is not
okay. Brown. But what I think Ron was saying, if you go between Deuce, what we need, our needs, not who's the better player really, but who can fulfill that particular need. And you yourself said that we need a 6'5" guard that can guard, we can put on the bigger guards. And like Ron said, he did a good job on Castle. So he could probably fill that role.
The answer to that is not Landry Shamet. I promise you.
But Landry Shamet has shown that. He showed it in the finals.
Okay, how did he do against Cade Cunningham in the regular season, Ron?
Cade Cunningham is a different type of player.
No one can defend him.
Cade Cunningham is a superstar. Like, don't get me wrong. I like what I'm seeing from Castle, young up and coming player but he's not like Cade Cunningham is a at one point, most of the season, we were talking about who's better, Jalen Brunson or Cade Cunningham. But like Cade Cunningham is different. Like nobody's stopping Cade Cunningham.
He scares me because 6'5", he can get to the rim whenever he wants. Whenever he wants.
I think his pace is so hard to speed him up. I think that's such a good thing about him. But
I hear you.
The thing I'm saying is, like, his wingspan isn't slow. He's injured. I mean, his wingspan isn't big. He's slow. He has many injuries. He's not that laterally quick, and somebody can knock him off a spot. We saw him get knocked off a spot.
But who can we get for that money? That's going to be better.
And the other thing, too, to remember is we're talking about Landry Shamet, but we're not changing what Landry Shamet's role is. Landry Shamet is a bench player, but let's not discount the fact that one of the big reasons the Knicks won the championship is because our bench was good. We had a good bench.
There was another statistic that I saw that said that without Josh Hart and OG on the floor, our wing play was in the 28th percentile. So it was bolstered by the starters. That being said, his role, and this is something that I said when we went into the Hawks series, we were having similar debates. And people were telling me, Ron remembers this. Oh, well, he was a point guard in college. He can be a backup ball handler off the bench. That's nonsense. That's not reality. He gets 95% of his shots from other people. People set him up to fail in the Hawks series, if you want to be fair to him, by making him the backup ball handler over Jose Alvarado. That's not fair to him. And the point that I'm making now is, if you want a defensive lockdown guy off the bench, that's not his role. His role should be a movement shooter, spot-up shooter. That's what he's best at. I'm not sitting here telling you the guy's a useless player, but you're telling me that he's now going to be a backup ball handler. He's a lockup guard. Like, that's not his. It shouldn't.
Who are we talking about? Deuce?
Shamet.
Oh, but I don't think anybody's thinking Shamet's a ball handler.
In the Hawks series, people were saying that.
No, that's wrong. I wouldn't say that. I don't look at Shamet for that. And you guys remember last offseason when I was talking about who the Knicks need to bring back, I kept bringing up Shamet because I thought the Knicks needed a three-point shooter off the bench that could knock down an open three. And Shamet has proven to be that. Once he gets hot, he's streaky. But we need that somewhere. And I don't know if we have that. Yes, could we say we might have drafted that in Tyler Nickel? Tyler Nickel hasn't proven anything. He hasn't even showed that he can hit a three in the bright lights. At least Shamet has been here. We know that.
But I think we're going to be surprised by the kid because he's a tough-minded Virginia kid, and I mean he's tough. He gives me those Dante vibes. His toughness.
I agree.
He gives me those vibes. So he might be the one that wins that spot in training camp, and then you don't need Shamet.
He broke Allen Iverson and Mac McClung's Virginia scoring records.
Yeah, no, he's a bucket. He can get it. Yeah. He can go out there and get it flying. But anyway, I don't want to keep going too crazy because we're almost at the 4-hour point, and I got stuff to do.
Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta go too. Man.
But let me get around to everybody. Get everybody's final words. Let me read the super chat real quick. You know what it is. Shout out to Buzzer Beater for Life. Thank you for the generous super chat. The real question is, don't we trust Leon Rose? And that's a fact. I think we all do. And if you don't at this point, what's gonna make you trust him? At some point you got to say, you know what? All right, Leon, look, do your thing, man. It's worked out. You get under Leon Rose, the Knicks have won the championship for the first time in 53 years. What? Come on. Let's let him cook. All right. So let me get around to everybody, get your final words. Once again, I want to say thank you to everybody. This has been a very spirited Know the Ledge. This Saturday's show has been crazy, fun, exciting, must-see TV, folks. And a lot of people were
see if I know the ledge
straight out the window today. But that's okay. It's all right. Yeah. Because this is what it's all about. No.
I know how Judas felt.
Listen, I give you credit, Double A. You do stick to your convictions. You come in, you're passionate, and you make sure that you get your point across no matter what type of flack you're going to get. I do think
that's just how I feel, Ryan. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that any one of those guys, those 5 guys in our starting lineup, is not deserving to start or we don't need them or whatever. I'm just saying that, the tight spot that we're in right now, that might have to be something we think. And look at this. If you trade one of them, you're not going to get a bum back, right? You're going to get something back you need. And sometimes that's what you need to do. You need to steal from Peter to pay Paul. But I don't think we're there yet because, Diawara and Alvarado, I think they're going to be key bench pieces. And it's limited time. We just need, like Coach said, we just need a couple of players to come in and hold it down until the starters go back in there. We don't need them to invent a wheel. We don't need them, to conquer the world. We just need them to come in and fill their role, and that's it. And I think Leon Rose can find us a competent replacement for Mitch. Mitch is a great player.
Hopefully so.
We love him, man. He's the longest tenure Nick. I hope he can stay. But if not, we're looking at a center to give us 19 to 20 minutes a game.
Yeah, and then it looks like the Knicks, I mean, all the buzz, I'm just checking feeds and stuff. Looks like the Knicks are actively kind of looking around at different trades for a big man. So they're looking at all their stuff. They the Knicks do their due diligence. So but I do want to say
and then my last thing, Ron, if I could.
Go ahead.
Let's not give up on Mitch yet. Like you said, man.
Yeah, you never know.
He could be getting, high criticism from other teams, wanting, to give him 19, 20 million. Is he going to be able to last? Is he going to be able to play those 30 minutes every game? Is the reason why he played as many games, was it affected because of the load management? So, he might not get that big number that he expects. Just like Coach said, his ceiling might be 13, 14 million. And we'll be able to do that.
Here's the thing, AA, that I don't even know if he can do because of tenure in the CBA.
Don't jump, Dork.
Yeah, don't listen. Know the ledge, brother. Is it a possibility? Could Mitch say, you know what? I love New York. I love this team. I love my support system that's going on. I've got other things happening, and these guys have been here for me. Can Mitch take a 1 year at a reduced number and then renegotiate for a multiple year deal, bet on himself for next year? Is Mitch willing to do that? Because that's dangerous when you go out there and say, hey, I'm going to bet that this next year I'm going to play well. I'm going to get around 60 games. I don't know. What'd you say, D-Rex?
He can't do that because if he gets injured, he loses the bet.
No, I know, but that's why I'm saying, like, it's other players have gambled on themselves. It hasn't always worked out. I remember what's his face, Dinwiddie gambled on himself and took a Bitcoin contract. I mean, that was crazy, but you never know. Like,
I'll give my closing statement, and you guys can all rock. So, look, Knicks fans, still Knicks fans, nation, Before I wrap this up, I just want everyone to just take a step back, obviously, enjoy the moment. For decades, we dreamed about this. We debated, we argued, we suffered through bad seasons, bad trades, broken promises, and now we're NBA champions. So, including myself, don't let this anxiety of the next transaction rob your joy. What this team just accomplished. I'm not letting that happen. But I'm taking on the mindset of our leader, Jalen Brunson. We're 0-0 right now. Yes, he's going on his show tour and he's showing how happy he is. But I saw an interview with Jay Wright talked about Jalen Brunson. This is after they won the championship this year. They had a tee time to play golf. And he told Jay Wright, no, we can't go that early. I got to go to the gym before I go. So Jalen Brunson is already in the gym. Okay, this is the mindset of our captain. He's already in the gym and telling Jay Wright and the rest of his teammates who he was going to golf with that they have to move the golf game later because he's got to go to the gym in the morning. So if our captain's got that mindset, then I'm going to have that same mindset. Like I'm fair. Excited. We just won. Every offseason, fans convince themselves they're like one more player away. That's the difference in between repeating and falling apart. But like this front office has earned our trust. Okay. Leon Rose and Brock Aller didn't accidentally build a championship roster. Every move they've made has been calculated. Every contract has been structured with the future in mind. They don't think one move ahead. They're thinking 4 or 5 moves ahead. Do I love what Mitchell Robinson brings to this team? Absolutely. Would I like to see like Landry Shamet back? For sure. But not at the expense of sacrificing the flexibility that's helped build this championship team in the first place. The second apron isn't just another luxury tax line. It's a wall. It's a wall that limits your ability to improve your roster, make trades, adapt when different opportunities arise. Like there might be an injury that we have to make a move at the trade deadline, and we're going to be handcuffed from doing that if that happens, So if Leon Rose and Brock Aller, decide that staying below the second apron gives the team the best chance to compete for multiple championships instead of just one more run, then I'm riding with that. They've earned that confidence in us. So let's enjoy this feeling, celebrate the banner, trust the people who brought it to New York, because this front office has shown us that patience, discipline, smart roster building can accomplish something that Knicks fans have been waiting a lifetime to see. So this is the end of the story. It's the beginning of what we all hope is a championship era, not just a season. So as always, thanks for giving me a platform, Ron. I know I'm long-winded sometimes, but I love what you guys do. I love the fans. But at the end of it all, we all have the same goal in mind. I love the Knicks and the name that's on the front.
Appreciate you as always, Coach.
Yeah,
well
man.
said.
Beautifully
well
said.
said, brother.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for being here and rocking with me, man. And let me get over to Mr. D-Rex. Hey, your final words.
I still got my Knicks fan hat.
Hey, there
my
you
prize.
go.
It's always close by.
Appreciate you.
Sorry. Go ahead.
You're
good? Yep.
Should I go, Ron?
Go ahead, brother.
So I think, like I said, and I actually sincerely believe this, that this upcoming year is more important than the year we just won in. And the reason is because people are already trying to deny this chip that we just won.
Facts.
And we got lucky. It was a fluke year. It was weak. This one was injured. If this person was there, we would have lost, blah, 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 blah. So how does it look if people are saying that you win one year and the next year you flame out, don't even get to the finals, whatever it is? So now we have to get OG Anunoby on that first team all defense. We have to get all the accolades, all the Infinity Stones that are left. We have to show this wasn't no fluke this year. This wasn't no accident. We didn't stumble into a championship. We didn't get lucky. And we're not like out of the times, like we can't make a roster in a different way than how we've done it. We know how to compete in this era, and we can make our own bench, and we can compete sustainably the way any other team does. We already showed it this year.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm so not worried, because in the same year that we won the championship, we maybe didn't have the best win-loss record. We ended up being a second seed, third seed, whatever it was, but we had a full-blown youth movement with a coaching staff change. That's unprecedented. That we had at the beginning of the season, we had no developmental staff whatsoever. We hired all these people, brand new coach, full-blown youth movement, NBA Cup win, all this stuff, and we won at the end. So for me, my expectations for this next year, whoever stays, is through the roof. Because we've shown that we are a championship organization from top to bottom. Even Mike Brown has said he trusts 1 through 15, and I believe him on that. And I think that it's all going to be important for us to win in the long run. So I'm more excited for this year, and I have higher expectations for this year. And I think the rest of us need to have that as well, whoever comes or whoever stays. Because we've already shown that we're at the top. We've shown we are the guys that every other team needs to think how to beat. We are the ones that it's no longer, lol, Knicks and whatever, we can overlook them and whatever. We were always getting the other team's best blow, but now it's going to be different. Now it's going to be that every other team is sitting right now. Jalen Brunson goes to his left when you go like this. Jalen Brunson, when you guard him like this, he does that. They're all right now under a microscope looking at every player's tendencies and analyzing what our strategy is. They know that we like to come back. So if we can go into this season knowing, preparing for us, and we still come out on top and we're still great, even losing pieces, that will be even, I think, a bigger statement than winning the chip this year. So
I'm with you on that. That's listen, that would be great if it turns out that way, and we can really show the sustainability, the longevity of this team. This team can be a constant in the conversation. Like the Knicks are still on the outsides of this conversation, right? Like Dork says, still fighting for respectability, still people downplaying their achievements. That's fine. And honestly, like, you're not going to get this all the time. I relish this. To be honest, as a fan, I love this for the Knicks because this is who we are. This is where they do their best work at, being overlooked and underappreciated. I don't like it, honestly, because I don't think this Knicks team is used to it. They don't really play that great when they're the front runner. I like when they're the underdog and playing from behind. They have a chip on their shoulders. They show their best basketball. They show their heart, their intensity, and it's always the whole thing. This year's mantra, because every year the Knicks have a mantra. This year's mantra was Knicks versus everyone. That's it. that's the one, and it's great. So I'm hoping for the best. In Leon, we trust. I've never really said that too much, but more than now. Like now, I really feel it. Yeah, so I'll let them do what they got to do. They'll figure out a way to make it happen, and we just all have to sit back and relax and give this team some time. And keep in mind, once again, true off season just started. A lot of time.
Very excited for that summer league, I tell you.
Yeah, no, the summer league should be interesting. We'll see what happens. Once again, shout out to everybody who's tuned in on the tube and on Facebook or X. Let me repeat this once again because I know I continue to repeat it because some people don't get it. I had a different account on X, and if you don't know the difference, it has about somewhere between 1,400 and 1,600 followers. That's my old account, folks. That account got hacked. Stay away from that account. Report the account if you can. I see that we have some people watching on X right now. That account, report it, whatever. And but this account that I currently have is still Knick Fans 587, whatever the hell it is. That's me. Okay. I've got 300 followers and whatever. That's the new account. The old account got hacked, and that guy is a piece of crap, trying to do all types of stuff, trying to milk people out of their money, saying he's got Knick tickets. I don't even know how X lets people like that survive, take over somebody's account, and then they keep the account. So it is what it is. Just want to let y'all know, stay away from that account. That's not me. That's a fake account. But outside of that, I want to say thank you once again to everybody that was up here. Marcus, Juan tried to get up here, but he was having connection issues. Shout out to Nick Connection, who was up here. Shout out to Nick Nation, who was traveling while up here. Obviously, shout out to Coach Malpica. Shout out to D-Rex. Shout out to Jay Chosen. Shout out to Fritz Alcindor, who was up here. I think I missed it. Shout out to Yuri, who really Yuri didn't even get a chance to really talk. That's how crazy it was up here. Shout out to Tori B. Shout out to Double A, who came up here with a match and dynamite. Shout out to everybody. It's crazy. I once again, I'm gonna say this again, guys. Listen, I don't know what's happened. We are a wild bunch of fans. We just won the championship, and we're going at it like, what happened? Did we do it? Did it happen? We are never satisfied as Knicks fans. I guess that's a good thing. I don't know.
I gotta chase them. I want some more.
I don't know. Come on, y'all. It's just, let's enjoy it. It took 53 years to get here. Before we got here, y'all were ready to lose it. And we finally here, and now you still want to lose it? Listen, let's get it together, y'all. Come on, man. Anyway, thank you to everybody once again. And the crazy part is, I always say this: the good, the bad, the ups and downs. No matter what, we still Knicks fans. It's just crazy. It's wild. And please, if y'all haven't already, smash that like button. The algorithm needs to know. This show was wild today, but we had a lot of people tuned in. At one point, we had over 190 people tuned in, showing love and support. Shout out to y'all. Smash that like button so the algorithm knows we're cooking. Shout out to Craig. I see you, Craig. Thank you for always letting people know what they got to do. Oh, I got a super chat. Hold on. My bad. Y'all know what it is. Shout out to Ice Water. What's up, Ice Water? Been a minute, man. Hey, Ron. Long time. I'm finished celebrating, ready to talk. Oh, the now, right? When the show's over? That's okay, brother. Listen, please watch the replay. This one was crazy. But I definitely look forward to having you on next week's show, bro, if you can make it. It has been a minute, man. Good to see you, though. And thank you so much for the generous super chat. Appreciate y'all. Once again, man, hey, it is what it is, y'all. This is a wild time, but I just want us to really just lock in, man. You know, I told y'all before, Deuce had said that the Knicks team this year was locked in. They already knew what they wanted to do from day one, and they achieved it, but they were locked in. You saw how they carried themselves throughout the playoffs. They were focused. You know, let's support that team. Understand that they had the right mindset. And that's the other thing I wanted to say before, and I'm going to say it now. Another key thing, and I brought it up, is the chemistry, guys. The Knicks didn't just win because of talent. They won because of that chemistry, that camaraderie that this team has together. You don't always get that. And this finally paid off. The nepotism, the relationships, the Villanova boys, yeah, that worked. So you got to take it for what it is and understand that chemistry is a big part of winning a championship. You know, you got to be locked in. You got to be ready to do it, and you got to be willing to do whatever it takes. Somebody's got their pride. This is the same Knicks team that 2 years ago people were talking about. There's some ego issues. There might be some, some infighting behind the scenes. This year, there was none of that. It was people locked in, buying in, and deciding to do whatever it takes to reach the common goal to win an NBA championship, and they got it done. So shout out to the New York Knicks once again. So I want to say thank you, guys. Take care of yourselves. Have a great rest of your Saturday. I hope it's starting to clear up a little bit. It's still all gloomy and rainy looking out there, but it is what it is. But definitely thank you for being here and rocking. And, one more thing before I go. Hey, listen, please be respectful of your fellow panelist, your fellow chat person. Like I said before, we all may not agree. And there may be sometimes that somebody says something, you're like, not only do I not agree, but you're bugging. You can think it. You ain't got to say it. You could just say, listen, I disagree with you, and this is why. Or, I don't know why you think this way, but this is how I think. Does that change anything for you? Like, let's be more constructive and less critical. Go ahead.
Well, I think that's actually a great point, and I think that often the answer comes from our debate. I don't think that, like, maybe I'm one extreme, someone else is another extreme, but I think often the answer is from the debate itself and people making these different points, and that's, I think, you could call us in a way kind of the extended brain trust of the Knicks, that just having the healthy discourse makes the team better, makes everyone smarter and better about what the right answer is. When you consider every perspective.
I agree with that. And I also want to say, go ahead, Coach. What were you going to say?
No, I was saying, and look, I understand we want to have this justification of the follow-up season. You know, in the modern era of the NBA, there's only been 3 repeat champions. The Heat with the Threedles, the Bosh, LeBron Heat, and the Lakers and the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
And all 3 of those rosters were legendary Hall of Fame rosters.
Mm-hmm.
And then what I ask all of you Knicks fans to do, look up all those repeat champions. Look at their benches, even their starting lineups from one season to their repeat season were not carbon copies of the year before's roster.
Mm-hmm.
They made back-end bench fill-ins. On a couple of occasions, there was a different starter the second year. Look it up. So it's not this whole guarantee, run it back, don't fix what's not broken mentality. It's not realistic.
This is a point I wanted to make
the Bulls
earlier.
Dynasties never ran it back. They always had a rotation of some journeyman centers and these spot up shooters to fill out the roster. There were different guys every year.
And coach, to your point before, and you can say what you're going to say, D-Rex, even the Bulls, while they were going through everything, they realized because of the style and the way other teams were playing, they had to come in with something different. That's why they went out and brought in Tony Kukoc to give them a different style of play. They noticed that they had to be a little different to sustain it. And you saw, not only did they sustain it, but they took off. That Kukoc team was nuts. But
right. So the point I wanted to make is if you stay the same while everyone else is around you is getting better, and everyone is specifically strategizing on how to beat your current iteration now, that's a very poor guarantee of winning again. When everybody's getting better and you stay the same, I mean, I don't even understand how that's supposed to guarantee you a win in this day and age.
It doesn't. And you could even, if you want to, once again, I don't care. Boston. The Knicks built their team to beat Boston. And some might say, remember there was a point where people were saying, wow, the reason why the Knicks are struggling is because they built their team to beat Boston and really not anybody else. Well, in the end, it still worked out because we had the right coaching staff, which could tailor things to make it work against everybody else. But it definitely did work against Boston.
It was really that Hawk series that made us into this version of what we are now,
Correct.
The championship version.
Right.
But I think saying that, okay, now we're the best version of ourselves, let's stop evolving and just this, now we're going to win again next year guaranteed, staying the same. I don't see the logic there.
I agree. And I still think that we're much better than people think because
we have another ceiling to get to. I 100% believe that.
But I do agree. You can't stay stagnant. You have to keep
even
growing.
Brunson in our own roster has said, we're not even playing our best basketball. Like the Knicks showed when they play their best basketball is that whirlwind when we just buzzsaw when we went through the Eastern Conference. That was our best basketball, our ceiling.
Egoless team basketball when you don't know who the threat is.
Right. Yeah. That's the way you solve predictability, which was our biggest knock, and even outside analysts and other sports teams would say that was our issue.
Jalen Brunson had a hard time in the Hawk series, but we still won.
Yeah.
Right.
You can shut down one. You can shut down maybe two. You can't shut down 6, 7.
Facts. 100%. 100%.
And even Brunson, because one of the great things about Brunson of how he is a cerebral and smart basketball player is if you look at and this goes back the last 4 years of his playoffs, he gets cooking after he's already played 2 or 3 games against a team. He figures out on his end what he needs to do to get his go off, because even in this series, the first 2 games he wasn't as efficient, but then all of a sudden something clicked and he saw what he has in his bag to start doing his thing.
Yeah, I was just watching the highlights again. He didn't break out till game 4. Game 4 is when it clicked, and then by game 5 he was cooking.
The download speed.
Right. All right, guys. So once again, y'all, appreciate y'all.
Much love.
Take care. Thank you once again. I appreciate everybody. Hey, be good out there. If you can't be good at it. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, take care, guys. We'll talk soon. Stay tuned for Monday's show. We'll see if there is a Monday show, depending on what happens. If it's quiet, I don't want to just go out there and say the same thing. So we'll see. But I just want to say thanks again, guys. And let's be respectful of everybody. Everybody definitely deserves their moment to get their take off. But let's just try to be better, right? You can disagree, less name calling, more listening, and we'll get somewhere. Take care, y'all.
Thanks for a great show, Ron. See you.
Hey, as always, man, appreciate you, my brother. Take it easy.